Okay, so good morning. This is our first class of CA Inter. Okay, in this we will not directly start with subject. First, let us understand how many subjects are there in your CA Inter, and let us try to understand our first subject, which is advanced accounting. Let us do some paper analysis. Okay, last 6 attempts, if you observe, January, September, May. Let us try to do the paper analysis, including the latest paper we will cover. But before that, let me introduce myself. Okay, so my name is Ravi Teja. I am a qualified chartered accountant in 2023. So after that, what I have did is, I have joined in Deloitte USI. It is a global company. So being CA students, what you have to understand is you have to something which is called as Big Four. Do you have any idea about what is this Big Four? Any idea? Four? Venkatenda? Okay. So what you can do is, simply you can just Google. If you check, these are Big Four companies. Can you read what is the first one? First one is Deloitte. They have given some word, Deloitte Touche Tomatsu Limited. That is fine, but that is some other country language. I also don't know which country it is, but we will popularly call it as Deloitte. Second one is PwC. Don't worry about full forms, you will slowly understand about them. Third one is EY, and fourth one is KPMG. These four are nothing but the top 4 audit firms. What is the meaning of audit also we will slowly cover. That is also there in our syllabus. When there is one subject which is auditing. So in that we will understand what is this audit. So these 4 are nothing but Big 4 audit firms. Sir, what are these Big 4 audit firms means? There are some companies which are called as Fortune 500. You can write somewhere these names, because after going home you can do some research about these companies. Okay. Fortune 500 companies are there. Fortune 500 is nothing but top 500 companies, not in India, across world. Top 500 companies are there. So what these 4 entities are doing is, these 4 entities will be doing the audit of these Fortune 500 companies. Okay, we will slowly understand what are these Fortune 500 companies and what is this Big 4 exactly doing, what is the meaning of audit and all, we will slowly understand. But these are Big 4 audit firms, and I have worked in this Deloitte. So after that, what I have did is I have quit my job and completely moved into full-time teaching. Initially, I have started with direct access. At CMA Inter level. And I have also started with CMA final, another subject which is called as corporate financial reporting. It is also similar kind of accounts only. Just like how you are having accounts in your Inter, CA Inter, similar subject is there in your CA final, which is nothing but financial reporting. And same to same copy paste another subject in your CMA final is there, which is nothing but corporate financial reporting. Corporate financial reporting is nothing but that is also kind of accounts. In your final, that subject is called as financial reporting, but in your Inter level, similar subject is called as advanced accounting. Okay, so I will teach you this advanced accounting. So whether you are from MEC background or not, whether you know accounts previously or not, that doesn't matter. We will slowly learn from the very basics onwards. Very basics means I will not teach from golden rules of accounting, because since you have already qualified foundation, you all know these golden rules of accounting. But let me give you little hint that whatever, whether you are learning Inter or whether you are learning final, whether you are learning easy topic or whether you are learning tougher topic, accounts means only those journal entries. That's it. 3 rules you have to remember. Only those three rules we will follow in your total accounting. Whether you are at final or whether you are at Inter, that doesn't matter. Only we will follow those 3 rules. And we have to pass journal entries. Simply speaking, journal entries is nothing but accounting. Correct? First we have to prepare journal entries. Then we have to post those journal entries into ledgers. Correct? If you complete that posting, then slowly we will prepare trial balance. And after completion of trial balance, what we have to do? We have to prepare financial statements. Correct? What is the meaning of financial statements? Financial statements means year end, every entity have to prepare some financial statements, correct? Whether they are getting profit or loss, what are the assets which the company is having, what are the liabilities which the company is having, you have to find out. So every entity have to prepare generally financial statements which are called as profit and loss account. Profit and loss account it have to prepare. Next one is what? Balance sheet it have to prepare. And one more item is cash flow statement also it have to prepare. And one more item is there which is nothing but notes to accounts. These are nothing but financial statements. This accounts is nothing but these four only. How this profit and loss account will be prepared, how this balance sheet will be prepared, how this cash flow statement will be prepared, and how this notes to accounts will be prepared. That is only our syllabus. Okay. So it is little introduction about myself and about the subject. So what we'll be doing is, first let us understand how many subjects are there in CA Inter. Okay. Let us try to check that. So initial classes, what I will be doing is I will be opening little Google. So then you can understand. But later onwards, we will be sticking to our material only. Okay, if you can check Google and you can just type ICI study material. This is the thing which you will get, the first link, which is nothing but study material, new scheme of education and training. Okay, if you open this, here you will get foundation, inter, final. We belongs to which course? Inter. If you check, here they are having some papers. Okay, group 1, what is the first paper which is called as advanced accounting? Paper number 2, corporate and other laws. Paper number 3, we are having two sections. Section A, income tax law. Section B, goods and services tax. Next they have given model test papers and model test paper 3A they have given. For direct taxes they have separately given. And group 2, if you observe, paper number 4, which is nothing but cost and management accounting. Paper number 5, auditing and ethics. This is I am talking about. This is the subject audit. Here you will understand what are those big 4 firms and what exactly the meaning of audit, what they will do and all you will understand in the subject auditing and ethics. Next, what is the subject which we are having? Paper number 6, financial management and strategic management. Here also two subjects are there. Section A is what? Financial management. Section B is nothing but strategic management. Okay. Paper number 3, we are also having 2 subjects. Paper 6 also we are having 2 subjects. Paper 3 contains taxation 2 subjects. First one is income tax law and second one is goods and services tax. Similarly, paper 6 also 2 sections we are having. What is the first section? Financial management. Second section, strategic management. Each subject is for 100 marks. Each subject is for 100 marks. That we already know that. So what we will be doing is, since this is the first class, let us make a list of all our subjects. Okay, then slowly we will understand what this advanced account contains and what is the paper analysis and all, then we will start. Okay, so open your notebooks and let us start with the subject names. Let us start with subject name. Slowly I will explain how many chapters we are having in our subject and what is the duration which we should take to complete this and all, we will slowly understand. Okay. We can write. So group 1, group 2, what is the paper 1 name, which is called as advanced accounting. Okay, paper 1 advanced accounting. Please maintain separate notebook for all subjects because this advanced accounting itself will take some 3 books, 300 pages, full 3 books it will take. Okay, because it is lengthy, you have to write too much, but it is very easy. You can easily get exemption in this subject. Okay, next paper 2. Paper 2. What is the name of paper 2? Let us check. Corporate and other laws. Okay, so let us copy that also. Paper 3, taxation. Two taxes we are having. Okay, 3A, income tax law. This is also called as direct tax. 3B, we can shortly remember this as GST, goods and services tax. Goods and services tax. Group 2, paper 4. Paper 4 talks about cost and management accounting. Cost and management accounting. Paper 4, cost and management accounting. Okay. Paper 5, auditing and ethics. Let us write the names and I will slowly give little introduction about all the subjects. Auditing and ethics. Paper 6 also we are having 2 sections. First section, financial management. First section, financial management, and second section is strategic management. Okay, financial management and strategic management. Okay, so see, let us have little understanding about all these subjects. If any person have completed their CMA Inter, so in CMA Inter also there are 2 subjects with this accounting. So one is financial accounting and another one is corporate accounting. Correct? These are the subjects which are there in your CMA Inter. But this CA Inter syllabus is very advanced of whatever you have studied in your CMA Inter. Can you tell me, if you remember, what are the standards which you have covered in your CMA Inter accounting standards? How many standards we have covered? If you remember, can you tell me in FA how many standards? 5 okay, 5 standards. In corporate accounts also I think there are some standards, 6. Okay. So total 11 standards only you are having in your CMA Inter, but in this CA Inter complete syllabus is accounting standards only. All accounting standards are there. Okay, sir, first of all, what is the meaning of accounting standards? Everything we will slowly understand because I have not started the subject. Okay, just I am giving little introduction. So if any student have completed their CMA Inter and if they are listening to these classes, you have to understand whatever accounting you have studied, that is very basics. Most advanced accounts is there, that is the name they have given, advanced accounting. At the time of me studying CA Inter, I have studied CA Inter some long back. At that time, in 2 groups, 2 accounts are there. Group 1 also accounting is there, Group 2 also accounting is there. Actually at that time, there are total 4 subjects in Group 1. So first subject I am having accounts, second law, third subject costing, fourth subject tax. These 4 subjects are there in Group 1. Group 2, first subject is advanced accounts. At that time also advanced accounts is there. Next auditing is there. One subject is there which is nothing but EIS and SM. This is torture subject, enterprise information system. Okay, generally this subject is for BTech students. There they will talk about technology. Okay, some pure technical terms are there. So this subject I will explain about that, don't worry. Last subject is financial management and economics for finance. These are the total 8 subjects which I have studied at my Inter. Now what they have happened, first observation which you have to make, this economics for finance they have removed in CA Inter and they have introduced in your CA foundation only. So economics for finance is completely deleted and what they have did is they have included this total economics of finance in your CA foundation economics only. Okay, so we have completed that, no need to worry about this. Now what have happened, this advanced accounts they have merged with this accounts. Now we don't have 2 accounts, only one accounts plus advanced accounts. Everything is merged into single accounts. In this advanced accounts also, I remember partnership will be there. Here also partnership will be there. Okay. In first group accounts, partnership means very simple. It only contains admission, admission, retirement. Only limited things are there in group 1 partnership. But group 2 partnership, dissolution, liquidation, death, some tough adjustments are there here. Advanced accounts, but still other subjects are also there, other chapters are also there. But okay, now what they have happened? Complete partnership account they have deleted in your CA Inter and they have completely introduced in your CA Foundation only. Okay, so partnership is done. Partnership is done. We don't have to learn in accounts. In CA Inter, already we have completed in CA Foundation. Okay, partnership is completed. So now they have merged this accounts 1 and accounts 2 into one subject, which is advanced accounting. Corporate loss is still there. Taxation is also there. Costing, what they have happened, they have removed from group 1 and they have kept in group 2. So our first paper in group 2 is costing. Auditing they kept because auditing is the core subject. Without auditing we can't do anything. Okay, whatever CAS will do, the major power for this CAS is only this audit. Because accounts can be done by other persons also. Accounts means I was talking about normal accounts. Normal accounts means small companies, small firms. If you observe, accounts can be done by any person. But if you have to observe big companies, huge companies with turnover of 1,000 crores, 2,000 crores, these companies only can afford CS. Correct? So those also accounts is very tough thing, but I'm saying normal accounts. Normal accounts means small companies, small shops and all. Small partnership firms, those accounts can be done by any person. But if you observe this, there is something which is called as company audit. And this company audit can be done only by chartered accountant. Okay, which means you have to definitely understand the importance of this audit subject, which we will see later. Now what they have happened, they have removed this EIS completely. EIS they have removed, and what they have did, they have merged this FM and SM. FM and SM also merged into one subject. Okay, this EIS is a torture subject. See, there are many students who have got only 6 marks, 7 marks, 8 marks in the subject. 6 marks. Okay. Single subject lo 6 marks, 7 marks వచ్చిన వాళ్ళు కూడా ఉంటారు. Only subject వాళ్ళే, torture subject. So now they have removed it completely, and FM and SM is merged into one subject. Okay, let us forget this. Just for understanding, I have explained earlier how the syllabus pattern is. Okay, so now what you have to remember? You have to remember only our syllabus. These papers only you have to remember. Group 1 3 subjects, group 2 3 subjects. Okay, fine. So now what we'll be doing is, let me show you how many chapters we are having. Okay, so please count. These are the chapters. These are the chapters. Let us count slowly, don't worry. Till here the chapters are there. What I have did is, I have did the grouping of these chapters. Okay, some grouping, these 2 chapters we can name it as introduction. These other chapters we can name as presentation and disclosure standards. These standards we can name as asset. These standards we can name as liability. These standards, like this I have did some grouping. Same grouping is also you can observe in your institute study material also. Okay, slowly let us do, but first let's just count the number of chapters, that's it. Okay, so here 2 chapters are there. Here 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, so total 9 chapters. 2 7, next 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, again 7 chapters, total 16. Again 7, next 2 chapters, 18. 1 2 3 4, 4 chapters, 22. Again 2, 1 2, again 2, 1 chapter. Here 1 2 3 chapters, 1 2 3 4 5, 5 chapters. Okay, so let us count. 2 plus 7 9, plus 7 16, plus 2 18, 22, 24, 26, 27, 30, 35 chapters. Okay, that's it. 35 chapters are there in our syllabus. See, don't worry about the number of chapters. Some chapters will be completed in less than 1 hour. Okay, some, what should I say, insignificant chapters are there. Those chapters we can just complete just in half an hour is more than sufficient. Okay, every chapter we will not give equal importance. Okay, you have to understand professional courses. It is impossible to cover everything with equal importance. Definitely we will cover everything for the first time, but the thing is, we will not give equal importance at the time of first revision, second revision, final revision, day before exam. It is practically impossible to read all these chapters. Okay, from the first date onwards, you have to fix your mind. Not only this, other subjects are also similar. Okay, if you observe, some similarities are there between CMA Inter and CA Inter. If you observe, costing, if you observe, most of the syllabus is same. Most of the syllabus is same with this cost and management accounting. Okay, so if you have already completed your CMA Inter costing, you will understand most of the concepts. 99% of the concepts will be same to same copy paste. Questions are little bit advanced. In exam, they will ask advanced questions, but CMA Inter, they will only ask basic questions. Okay, now they are also increasing their standards. They will also in future definitely ask toughest questions, but what we have to understand, syllabus is same, but questioning is extra. Taxation also same, exact copy paste. Same to same, income tax copy paste, GST copy paste, financial management copy paste, SM is also copy paste. Okay, there we have two different subjects. FM and BDA is one subject, OM and SM is another subject. Okay, but still, see, this FM and SM are single subject in CA Inter. Okay, which means what? 1, 2, 3. 3 subjects are totally copy paste from your CMA Inter. This auditing is also there. This auditing is not completely copy paste because I think only 50 marks is there for CMA Inter audit, but here total 100 marks plus too much in depth we will learn in audit. Okay, the major difference, why I am talking this, you will slowly understand, sir, why company audit is only done by CAs but not CMAs. If you observe, the reason is very simple, because of this subject only. Because of this subject only, CAs are only allowed to do the audit. CMAs are not allowed to do the company audit. I am talking about statutory audit. Okay, this statutory audit will be only done by chartered accountants. CMAs are not allowed to do this audit. This ICMAI is fighting to get statutory audit also to be allowed by the CMAs, because accounts is common for both, costing is common for both, tax also is common for both. So they are also expecting, we also want to do statutory audits. But the only subject, because of this auditing only, they are not allowed to do, because in this audit, the core of this subject, which are called as standards, they are shortly called as SA. SA means standards on auditing. Okay, standards on auditing is nothing but rules and regulations. Those rules will be there. Those rules you have to definitely follow while conducting any audit. So those rules are the crux of this subject, which is auditing. This is not there at your CMA. That is the main reason they know accounts, they know tax, they know costing, everything, but they don't know this auditing standards. That is the reason why they will not allow this CMAs. In future, maybe it can happen, but as of now, only CAs are allowed to do statutory audits. This you have to observe. Okay. So now what we'll be doing is, let us try to understand the duration which we will take to complete our advanced accounts. Okay, it is very big subject as we have seen, but again I am saying, if you want to clear both the groups in single attempt, you have to understand you should minimum get 2 exemptions in each group. If you properly get 2 exemptions in each group, there are high chances that you will definitely clear both groups in single attempt. Okay, high chances. What you have to do, simply we have to check this. If you have a look at your subjects, this one completely theoretical, nothing we have to do with numbers. Auditing is also completely theoretical, nothing we have to do with numbers, which means our things are very clear. If you are good at theory, you can aim for these 2 subjects as your exemption subjects. But the chances are very less to get exemptions in these subjects. But if you are very good at theory, if you got 80-90 marks in your law at foundation or in your intermediate also, if you are very good at theory, then definitely you can aim for exemption in these subjects. But any basic student, any average student also, what he can do is, in practical subjects, he can easily aim for exemption. Easiest subject to get exemption is this advanced accounting. Trust me, syllabus is lengthy, but it is not at all complicated. Very easy things will be there in accounts, But it is lengthy, we have to accept that. Corporate and other laws, if you observe other subjects, content is limited, but high chances you will get exemption definitely in this subject only. Even if you don't want, you will get exemption in this subject only. Okay, మీకు వద్దకపోయినా ఇదే వస్తుంది exemption. మీకు వేరే చాయిస్ లేదు, ఇదే వస్తుంది, ఖచ్చితంగా వస్తుంది. And another subject which we can aim exemption is this cost and management accounting in group 2. Financial management also you can aim for exemption. Because this strategic management again is theory. Here also 50-50. Financial management 50% practical completely, 50% SM is theory. Which means what? In group 2, high chances if you want to get exemptions, these two will save you. Similarly, in group 1, advanced account is the only savior which is there. Tax also you can aim for exemption, but tax is also very lengthy. Because two laws are there. Income tax itself will be there in your CA final for 100 marks. Similarly, this GST also will be there for 100 marks in your CA final. But at inter level what they have did, they have combined both and they have given only for 100 marks. Not 100 plus 100. 50 plus 50. Okay? Sir, have they removed exactly half of your syllabus in your final? No. Syllabus is maximum same. Syllabus is maximum same, but they have not reduced the weightage. Sorry, they have only reduced the weightage. Syllabus they have not reduced, but income tax law contains 50 marks, GST contains 50 marks. Income tax also is not 100% practical. 70% it is practical, but you have to understand law. See, this income tax law means exams they will ask practical questions, but you cannot directly by heart questions and you can write, because you have to understand law. In law only everything will be said, how to calculate the tax, what are the tax rates, everything will be discussed in the law. First you have to understand the law, then you have to repeat or replicate in your exam. Which means what? Another exemption subject is this taxation. Simply speaking, ఏ కాంప్లికేషన్స్ లేకుండా ఈజీగా ఎగ్జామ్షన్ వచ్చేదంటే అడ్వాన్స్డ్ అకౌంటింగ్, కాస్ట్ అండ్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ అకౌంటింగ్. Easily you will get. Okay, there is no second thought, because if you want to clear both groups in single attempt, these two only are your saviors. Okay, another thing also you have to observe, you should not ignore any subject. You should not ignore any subject, because I will say one simple reason. While writing my first attempt at CA Inter, as I have said that one subject is there, EIS and SM. This class will be there at morning 6:30. Completely theory. Look, I don't understand this subject, so what I have did is I have skipped this class completely. Syllabus is completed. Exams are near. 1 month is only there before exams, so what I have did is I am very much terrified about this subject. So what I have decided, I have left both the groups and I have written only group 1 and I have passed in that. After that again I have studied for group 2. Which means what? If you don't listen to any one subject, or if you are ignoring completely one subject, high chances you are going to write not only that subject, you are going to write that entire group once again. Okay, so what you have to do, see, మీకు ఏదైనా సబ్జెక్ట్ ఇష్టం అనుకోండి, అది ఈజీగా వచ్చేస్తుంది, అది ప్రాబ్లం ఉండదు. సో ఇఫ్ దెర్ ఈస్ ఎనీ సబ్జెక్ట్ విచ్ ఈస్ నాట్ లైక్డ్ బై యూ, ఆర్ ఇఫ్ యూ ఆర్ నాట్ హ్యావింగ్ ఎనీ ఇంట్రెస్ట్, యూ హ్యావ్ టు ఐడెంటిఫై దట్ సబ్జెక్ట్ అండ్ ఫోకస్ ఆన్ దట్ సబ్జెక్ట్ ఓన్లీ టు గెట్ 40 ఆర్ 50. Okay, because first of all, you don't need total 100% in your subject. Correct? Minimum how much you want? 40%. 40% in each subject you want. But if you get only 40% in all the subjects, you will not clear. So what you have to do? Aggregate also you have to get. That is the reason. Plan for 2 exemptions in each group. At the same time, you should get every subject 40%. Okay, so don't ignore any subject completely. Okay, even if you are not good at theory, some topics are there which are very interesting in these subjects also. What some topics? This auditing is completely interesting, but little dry things are there. This corporate law also, company law you will enjoy. Company law, completely logical it is there, so everything you can enjoy. But the thing is, you have to write theory in your exam. If you write practical, if the answers are matching, they will give full out of full. But in theory, we can't expect full out of full. So that is the reason why getting exemption in theory subjects is a little bit difficult. Okay. So what ultimately I have decided is, to complete this advanced accounting, we need at least 180 to 200 hours. 180 to 200 hours quality teaching I will provide. What you have to do is, you have to promise you will revise daily. Daily revision should be there. because trust me, since the syllabus is this much huge, you will forget what I have discussed in first chapter after completion of 10 chapters. Okay, this is very normal thing because length of syllabus is 35 chapters. Correct. So what we have to do, daily revision we have to do after going home, plus you have to plan such a day that you will get cumulative revisions also, which will be done. Cumulative revisions is nothing but, for example, if 1 week is completed, whatever we have studied in first week, we have to refer, for example, Sunday or that. So in order to ensure that what we will be conducting is, we will be conducting weekend exams also. Correct. So we are aiming for January 2027 attempt. January 2027 attempt. So your first attempt is your golden attempt. So we will definitely aim for clearing both the groups in single attempt. Okay. Fix that in your mind. First, you are going to clear CA Inter by January 2027. Equal importance, it is impossible to give equal importance to all the subjects. Okay, it is impossible to give equal importance to all the subjects. So what we have to do, plan for 2 exemptions at each group. Plan for 2 exemptions for each group, and don't ignore any subject completely. Understand what I am saying? Don't ignore any subject completely. Don't ignore completely, but fine. Choice is there in your syllabus. Okay, so 180 to 200 hours we will complete till September end. We will try to complete the coaching of not this subject. Total group 1 will be completed. Total group 1 also will be completed, and even group 2 also, majority of the portions will be completed till September. After that, what we'll be doing? We will be conducting dedicated study hours till your exam, because in order to clear both the groups along with the classes, along with the daily revisions, exams are also will plays a crucial role. Okay, so fine. Now what we'll be doing is, you will quickly understand paper pattern. But before that, just try to read the names of the chapters. Are you remembering anything in your CA foundation? Basically the thing is, common chapters are completely removed. So completely common is not there in your foundation and inter, but some connection is there between your foundation and inter. So let us try to understand that connection. So first what we have to do, just to check these chapter names. Okay, just to check these chapter names from 3rd category, 4th category and 5th category. Just to try to read these items. Don't worry about those names which you don't know. Just focus on those names what you know. Okay? Still we have not started anything. I am just asking you to go through these names. Whatever names you are remembering, if you are while reading this, if you are remembering something, just to keep that point. Okay? See, I think you know something about this cash flow statement. At least you have heard this word called cash flow statement in your foundation. So even if you don't know, we will discuss completely from the basics. Don't worry about that. Okay. At least I am sure that you know something about this inventory. Correct? Inventory. Property, plant and equipment also, I think something you know about. Property, plant and equipment is nothing but fixed assets. For example, machinery, buildings, so those are nothing but property, plant and equipment. Next, I think provisions, contingent assets and contingent liabilities also you know some little understanding. So don't worry. Even if you know, I will teach from 0%, which means I will assume you don't know anything. Even if you know, I will teach like that only. Even if you don't know also, I will teach like that only. Okay, my assumption is very simple. You know nothing. You know only 0%. Okay, from basics only I will explain. No need to worry at all. Okay, so next, I think these are the only things which you know. Another thing is, I am sure that you know something which is called as company accounts. Correct? Can you tell me at your CA foundation, what are there in your company accounts? I mean, what are the concepts which are there in your company accounts? Do you have any idea? Are you remembering anything? Issue of shares, very good. For feature of shares. Debentures kuda unnaya? Issue of debentures, redemption of debentures. Next, preference shares kuda unnaya? Bonus, inka? Redemption, rights issue kuda unda? Inka? Preference shares kuda unnaya? Issue of preference shares, redemption of preference shares. All these things are there. But if you remember, you don't know how to prepare financial statements of companies. You don't know how to prepare financial statements of companies, because I think you know that we will prepare profit and loss account. We will prepare profit and loss account in T-shaped format. Correct? We will prepare profit and loss account like this only. If you remember, this is profit and loss account. Just assume debit side we will write expenses and losses. Credit side what you will write? Incomes and gains. This is how you will prepare P&L account as per your foundation level. Correct? This is not applicable for companies. This is not applicable for companies. Balance sheet also, if we also know that here I will write debit, here I will write credit in P&L account. Correct? Similarly, one more item is also there, which is nothing but balance sheet. Which is nothing but balance sheet. If you observe balance sheet also, I have to write liabilities amount, assets amount. Do I write debit credit also in balance sheet? No, you are pros in accounting, I know that. Okay, so liabilities amount, assets amount, like this we have to do. But this balance sheet is also wrong. Companies Act will not allow you to prepare as you like. Okay, it will give some formats. It will give some formats. Only these format we have to follow. Okay, for this format you can't do any pluses or you can't do any minuses, which means you can't add any new items, or you can delete any old items. Both are not allowed. Okay, it is very simple. Formats have to be strictly followed. The major difference or the interconnectivity which is there between your CA foundation and the inter is mostly company accounts. In that company accounts, it plays a huge role in your weightage. Let us try to understand how much weightage is there from the company accounts. If you observe our weightage analysis, from here companies accounting will start. From this chapter, AS 14 amalgamations. Amalgamation is nothing but, I will try to explain little things, but don't worry, I will explain. I will give you a little introduction about all these chapters. Amalgamations and CFS. CFS is nothing but, I will try to explain what is the meaning of CFS also, don't worry. This and this are related to company accounts. Along with this, this is completely related to accounting for companies. Just to calculate these marks. 4 plus 7, 11 plus 14, 25 plus 14, 39 marks they will ask from your company accounts only. Okay, this is purely descriptive part. Your exam contains MCQs also. I will slowly explain how many marks are there from MCQs and descriptive. I will completely explain that, don't worry. Check this paper. Sorry, this is also there. This is all, I forget to add. So 14, 14, 14, 42, 46, 53 marks is there from your company accounts. 56, completely descriptive portion. Correct? Similarly, check next attempt. 14, 14, 14, 42, 49, 53. Once again 53. Correct? Next. 14, 28, 32, 39, 53. Once again 53. Correct? Next. ఇందులో చాలా అడిగాడు. 14, 14, 14, 42, 46, 50, 57, 57 companies accounts only. Next. 14, 14, 14, 42, 49, 56, 60 from company accounts. 60, 14, 14, 14, 42, 46, 53. If you observe 3 14 marks questions, they are only asking from company accounts. You have to understand the importance of company accounts. At your CA foundation, even if you take company's accounts as choice, still you can pass. Easily you can pass. But here, 53 marks, which means half of your exam they are only asking from company accounts only. You have to understand the importance of this company accounts. Still we don't know what is the meaning of amalgamations, what is the meaning of consolidation. We know nothing. Correct? We are in the basics only. First we will understand how to prepare financial statements. How to prepare financial statements. Financial statements means same. Profit and loss, balance sheet, cash flow statement. But how to prepare, formats will change. So in this chapter, first we will understand how to prepare financial statements. How to prepare balance sheet, how to prepare profit and loss, how to prepare cash flow statement. First we will understand that in this chapter. Next, from cash flow statement itself we are having a separate chapter. From cash flow statement itself, we are having a separate chapter. If you observe, 7 marks they are constantly asking, which means we should definitely not ignore that. After that, buyback of securities. This is the topic which is there in your CA Inter law. Also, this topic will be there. There you will study about legal provisions, but here we will study about accounting. Similarly, amalgamation. Again, they have used the word amalgamation. And one more thing is internal reconstruction. Okay, we don't know anything about this, but what I wanted to explain at this point of time is to understand the importance of company's accounts. Okay, after this, sir, 50% of our syllabus is from accounts. What about other 50%? What about other 50%? If you observe, other 50% is nothing but only AS. Everything is AS. Everything is AS. Sir, what is the meaning of this AS? Meaning of this AS is what? Accounting standards. Completely they have removed all miscellaneous chapters and they have placed it in your CA foundation. Other than accounts and company accounts, nothing is there in your advanced accounting. Only two things: accounts, company accounts. Sorry, accounting standards, company accounts. First of all, these standards are there. Now, if you observe, so many standards are there. So many standards are there. So what they will do, they may not ask questions from all these standards in single question paper. Correct? It is not possible because the question paper is only for 100 marks. After excluding choice, the question paper is only for 100 marks. Therefore, it is impossible to ask questions from all these aspects. Sir, can you tell me what all the standards which they will only come in your exam? We can't do anything. We can't predict that. If we can predict, that will become CMA Inter. In CMA Inter, we can predict. Definitely. 2A, which question they are asking? I can say. 2B, which question? We can say. 3A, we can say. 3B, we can say. 4A, 4B, we can say easily. But here it is impossible. Here it is impossible. You can check. See. Only one attempt they have asked one question. ఎప్పుడు అడిగాడో కూడా తెలియదు, మళ్ళీ అడుగుతాడో లేదో కూడా తెలియదు. 1 2 3 4 5 6 attempts they have asked 1 4 marks question. Correct? Similarly, if you check this, out of 6 only 1 7 marks. Out of 6 only 1 7 marks. కొన్ని ఉన్నాయి రిపీటెడ్గా అడిగేవి. అవుట్ ఆఫ్ 6 ఓన్లీ 1 7. అసలు ఇది అడగని కూడా అడగలేదు ఇప్పటి వరకు. Again 1 4 marks. Again they have not asked. Again 2 5 marks. Only 1 7 marks. Only 1 4. అసలు మర్చిపోయాడు ఈ స్టాండర్డ్ ఉందనేవాడు. ఓకే, one question is there which they will ask consistently for 6 marks in every attempt, which means this is important. Branch accounts, this is important. We will focus on this very nicely. We will cover. Okay, so but some questions are there. Some questions means అడుగుతున్నాడు కన్సిస్టెంట్గా. This one 3 attempts out of 6. One more thing, this 3 out of 6. మళ్ళీ ఇంకోటి ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్స్ అడుగుతున్నాడు. లీజెస్ దే ఆర్ ఆస్కింగ్. ఇంపైర్మెంట్ దే ఆర్ ఆస్కింగ్. ఎంప్లాయీ బెనిఫిట్స్. సార్, వాట్ ఎవర్ స్టాండర్డ్స్ విచ్ దే హ్యావ్ ఆస్క్డ్ 3 times out of 6, is it sufficient that if we cover only these standards? No. మీ దరిద్రానికి అప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తాడు, ఏదైతే మీరు వదిలేస్తారో వాటి నుంచే క్వశ్చన్స్ అన్ని పిక్ చేసుకొని అడుగుతాడు. ఓకే, వీ కాంట్ డూ ఎనీథింగ్. సో వాట్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు డూ, వీ విల్ కవర్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్ but not with equal importance. Understand what I am saying? We will not ignore anything completely. Questions can come from any standard. Any standard they can ask 7 marks question, 5 marks question, or even 4 marks question also. it is possible to ask a question from any corner. Okay, some corners, I mean, whatever the classification which I have did is, some standards are disclosure based standards and some standards are presentation based standards. First of all, sir, what is the meaning of accounting standards? We will understand in tomorrow's class. But here, accounting standard will say, in your financial statements, in your balance sheet, how we have to present that item. And disclosure means you have to disclose to shareholders. I think you know the meaning of this shareholders. Shareholders are nothing but owners of the company. They will contribute the capital, correct? They are called as shareholders. See, if the shareholders are giving money, they have every right to understand what is happening in the company, correct? How much profit the company is getting, how much loss the company is getting, what are the assets which the company is having, what are the liabilities which the company is having. It is necessary to understand by the shareholders. So the purpose of this accounting standards is to disclose everything whatever is happening in the company from accounts perspective. Okay, from accounts perspective it will disclose. For example, company lo oka director unnadu, వాడికి థర్డ్ మ్యారేజ్ అయింది, ఫోర్త్ మ్యారేజ్ అయింది, ఇవన్నీ అనవసరం షేర్హోల్డర్స్కి. ఓన్లీ వాట్ ఈజ్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఫ్రమ్ అకౌంట్స్ పర్స్పెక్టివ్ దే విల్ డిస్క్లోజ్ కదా. సో ఓన్లీ అకౌంట్స్ పర్స్పెక్టివ్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్ దే విల్ కవర్. సో ఇఫ్ ఎనీ ఐటమ్ ఈజ్ రిలేటెడ్ టు ప్రెజెంటేషన్ అండ్ డిస్క్లోజర్, దిస్ ఈజ్ గ్రూప్డ్ హియర్. Most of these standards are theory, but some practical portion is also there. These are not completely theory because accounts means practical. You cannot by heart accounts. But మీరు అనుకుంటే ఇంటర్లో నేను చాలా బై హార్ట్ చేశాను, నా గురించి మీకు తెలియదు, నా కెపాసిటీ మీకు తెలియదు అనుకుంటే 35 చాప్టర్స్ బై హార్ట్ చేయాలంటే 3 years పడుతుంది. ఒక సబ్జెక్టే కాదు, ట్యాక్స్లో కూడా ఉంటాయి ఒక 20-30 చాప్టర్లు ఉంటాయి, లాలో కూడా ఉంటాయి ఒక 20 చాప్టర్లు. బై హార్ట్ చేసుకుంటూ కూర్చుంటే ఇంకో 25 years తర్వాత మీరు సీ అయిపోతారు. ఓకే, దట్ మచ్ వీ వోంట్ డూ. వీ విల్ లెర్న్ లాజికలీ. అండ్ నెక్స్ట్, ఐ థింక్ యూ నో సంథింగ్ అబౌట్ దీస్ asset based standards. Asset based standards are nothing but in your balance sheet we know that assets are also there, liabilities are also there. Assets means inventory. Property, plant and equipment is nothing but fixed assets. Investments, I will explain what is the meaning of investment. This borrowing cost you don't know, I think. Leases also you don't know, but intangibles also I think you know a little bit. Intangibles and impairment is also a little bit new standard. Okay, if you observe, inventory is very simple. I think, is there any chapter called inventory in your CA foundation? Then tell me, at what value inventory have to be valued? Cost or NRV, whichever is higher or lower, correct? Similarly, they will say logic in the standard. What you have to do, you have to follow that logic, correct? వాళ్ళు ఎందుకు అలా చెప్పారనే దానికి కూడా లాజిక్ ఉంటుంది. See, they did not say cost or NRV whichever is higher, or they will not say cost or NRV as ever you want, whatever you want you can follow. Like this also they will not say. They have said cost or NRV whichever is lower. There is 100% logic beyond this. If you understood the logic, there is no need to by heart. Similarly, in all these asset based standards, first they will explain what we have to do in this standard in the form of theory. But in exam, some theory also they will ask, but most importantly, they focus on practical aspects, which means they will give questions. You cannot by heart those questions and you can write. No, alanti questions for adagadu CLO. You have to apply your knowledge, because after qualification, if any client comes to you and ask anything, ఒక్క నిమిషం ఆగు, నా దగ్గర బుక్ ఉంది, అందులో బాగా బట్టి పట్టాను, నోట్స్ రాసుకున్నాను, అది చూసి చెప్తా అన్నారు అనుకోండి, మళ్ళీ రాడు మీ దగ్గరికి. ఓకే, మళ్ళీ రాడు, ఎందుకంటే మీ పక్కనే ఇంకోటి ఉంటాడు CA, వాడి దగ్గరికి వెళ్తాడు. సో యూ హ్యావ్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్. వితౌట్ అండర్స్టాండింగ్ ద లాజిక్ యూ కెనాట్ డూ డాంకీ వర్క్. డాంకీ వర్క్ అంటే తెలుసు కదా, ఎంత వేసినా మోస్తుంది. అలాగే మీరు ఎంత పడితే అంత చదవాలనుకున్నా మీ వల్ల కాదు. ఓకే, యూ హ్యావ్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్, యూ హ్యావ్ టు బి ఏ క్లెవర్ డాంకీ. ఓకే, క్లెవర్ డాంకీ మీన్స్ వాట్ ఎవర్ ఈజ్ రెలవెంట్ టేక్ దట్, అదర్వైజ్ త్రో. ఓకే, some standards are liability based standards also. You know about these provisions, contingent assets and contingent liabilities. Employee benefits is a new thing. We will cover this nicely. Okay. Other standards are also there. These also, you don't know anything. We will cover them nicely, don't worry. Revenue. How to record revenue? Two standards they have given. First one is construction contracts. Second one is revenue recognition. All other entities, how it will be recorded, they have explained there. Okay, but what we have to understand is these things. Company accounts plays a crucial role in your CA Inter Advanced accounts. Okay, so what we'll be doing is, let us try to understand small terminology from those company accounts. Okay, let us try to understand only small terminologies. Okay, first the terminology what I wanted to understand is, there is something which is called as amalgamation of companies. Okay, what is the word which is called as amalgamation of companies? Let us understand the meaning of this amalgamation. I think you know something which is called as PVR. PVR. Cinemas untai kada. PVR cinemas. Where anukunnara? Okay, next. I think you know something which is called as Inox. Inox. These two are two separate companies. These two are two separate companies. Now what they have did, they have combined. They have combined and they have formed something which is called as PVR Inox. This is the meaning of amalgamation. This is the meaning of what? Amalgamation. Amalgamation means two or more companies which joins together and forms a new company. Correct? If you understand, Vodafone is there. Idea is there. Both are different companies. Both have merged and both have formed what? VI. This is also an amalgamation. This is also an amalgamation. If you observe, Jio is there. Another thing is also there which is nothing but Reliance. Earlier, that is, this losses lone untadi company. Okay? Reliance is a company on there. So what will happen? This Jio, but this Jio, if it acquires this Reliance, because ఇది వాళ్ళ బ్రదర్దే కదా, సో వాడు ఏం చేస్తారంటే, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నీకు లాసెస్లో ఉన్నాయి కదా, నీకు మెయింటైన్ చేయడం రావట్లేదని చెప్పి, సరే ఇంక నుంచి నేను కంబైన్ చేస్తాను అని చెప్పి ఈ రెండింటినీ కలిపి వాడు ఇంకో కంపెనీ ఫామ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. జియో రిలయన్స్ అనేది వాడికి ఇష్టం వచ్చింది. దిస్ ఈజ్ ఆల్సో ఎన్ అమాల్గమేషన్. ఓకే, సింప్లీ స్పీకింగ్, దీస్ ఆర్ ఓన్లీ అమాల్గమేషన్స్. Two or more companies, if they have formed together as a new company, that is called as amalgamation of companies. Here what we have to do the accounts. That's it. If you observe, this PVR Limited is also a separate company. Inox is also a separate company. Separate company means what? This PVR will have its own assets. This PVR will have own liabilities. This PVR will have own revenue, own expenses, own profit, and most importantly, own equity share capital. Equity share capital idea undi kada. Similarly, this Inox is also having separate balance sheet, separate assets, separate liabilities, separate revenue, separate expense, separate profit, and most importantly, separate shareholders. Simply what we have to do, we have to merge those items. Merge those items ante anni add cheseste kaadu, కొన్ని adjustments ఉంటాయి. Mostly add చేయాలి, but కొన్ని adjustments ఉంటాయి. What are those adjustments? We will understand nicely. This is the meaning of amalgamation. This is the meaning of what? Amalgamation. Another thing is there which is nothing but consolidation. Let us understand consolidation. Just remember these words. That's it. Okay? Amalgamation means what? Two or more companies, if they have formed into complete new company, that is the meaning of amalgamation. See, this is a separate chapter, big chapter, because 3 14 marks questions are asking from this company accounts, which means understand we will cover them very in depth. But since this is the starting class, let us understand some important terminologies. That's it. Okay. One more thing which is called as consolidation. Just understand the meanings. If you don't get the complete comfort, don't worry, because these are our 14 marks. These are our 14 marks topics. So we will cover once again in very in-depth manner. So don't worry about that. Okay. Consolidation is nothing but, for example, one company is there which is nothing but H Limited. One company H Limited is there, another company S Limited. Another company S Limited. Now what have happened is, this H Limited have purchased 100% shares. This H Limited purchased 100% of shares of S Limited. Understand the wordings which I will call. This H Limited is called as holding company. This H Limited is called as what? Holding company. One more name is there which is nothing but parent company. Holding company or parent. See, after studying this in law, you will understand it is this much easy. But since this is the starting class, I want you to explain the importance of these two words, amalgamation, consolidation. That is the reason why I am explaining this. This S Limited will be called as subsidiary. This S Limited will be called as what? Subsidiary. Just understand the names. One company is there. If one company purchases 100%, it is not 100%, even if it is more than 50%. More than 50 and control. Okay, if I am having more than 50% in any company, which means what? In case of any decision to be taken, more than 50% are with me. So whatever I say, a company have to follow. Because I am having more than 50%. If you are having more than 50%, you are called as holding company. Another name is what? Parent company. In which company you are having control, that company is called as subsidiary company. Child company ane word ledu create cheyaddu. Okay? H Limited is called as what? Holding company or parent company. S Limited is called as subsidiary company. In this consolidation, what we will do is understand. For example, ఇప్పటికిప్పుడు మీకు ఒక లాటరీ తగిలింది. In that lottery, assume you have won 5 crore rupees. In that lottery, how much you have won? Assume 5 crore rupees you have won in that lottery. You love cars. So what you have did is you have purchased one brand new BMW car. You have purchased one brand new BMW car. Will you keep status of this car or not? WhatsApp story. Will you keep WhatsApp story or Instagram story of this purchase of BMW or not? Definitely. Even if you purchase one cycle, still you will keep story. What story? Even if you purchase one thumbs up, you will keep story. For example, snap. Similarly, if you purchase this much big BMW, can't you show it? I mean, can't you want to show off to the public? Don't you want to show off to the public? Definitely you want to show off because you want to explain to the public, I am the owner of this BMW. Correct? You have to explain to the public that you are the owner of this BMW. Similarly, assume you have purchased 70% of shares, for example, of Jio Limited. Okay? Suddenly మీకు ఏమైందంటే అంబానీ కంటే ఎక్కువ డబ్బులు వచ్చాయి. Now what you have did? You have purchased 70% of shares of Jio Limited. Don't you want to show off to the public that you have acquired 70%? షో ఆఫ్ చేయాలనిపిస్తుంది కదా, కానీ బయటికి వెళ్ళి చెప్పారనుకోండి ఎవడు నమ్మడు. ఫస్ట్ 70% జియో లిమిటెడ్ షేర్స్ నా దగ్గర ఉన్నాయంటే ఎవడు నమ్మడు. ఫస్ట్ మీ ఇంట్లోనే నమ్మరు కదా. దేర్ ఫోర్ వాట్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు డూ ఈజ్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు షో ఆఫ్ టు ద పబ్లిక్. Sir, how I have to show off? If I say no one will trust me. Therefore, what I have to do is I have to prepare consolidated financial statements. Sir, what is the meaning of consolidated financial statements? Consolidated financial statement means I will include Jio Limited financials also in my financials. I will include Jio Limited financials also in my financials, which means what? Jio Limited's assets will become my assets. Jio Limited liabilities will become my liabilities. Jio Limited income, my income. Jio Limited's expense, my expenses. I will combine all these items and I will show to the public. This is the purpose of this chapter, which is called as consolidated financial statements. Just remember these two items. Don't take much stress. If you understood, excellent. If you don't understand, even more excellent. Okay? Because from tomorrow, what we'll be doing is, we'll be completely starting with the basics. What is the meaning of accounting standards? This is the thing which we will start from tomorrow. Okay? How many standards are there? Here I have just given an overall understanding. I am sure you will not understand anything. Correct? I want that only. But at the same time, you have to understand the importance of company accounts. You have to understand the importance of company accounts. And just remember two things. My advanced accounting syllabus contains of only two things. Accounting standards, company accounts. 50% standards, 50% company accounts. Okay? Remember that much. And in today's class, we have understood 4 different terminologies. So what you have to do after going home, search in Google and do little research. First one is Big Four. Okay, write somewhere. Big Four. Next, Fortune 500. Fortune 500 companies. Next, amalgamation. Consolidation. Okay, amalgamation, consolidation. Some things you will understand, some things you won't understand. That is the process of learning. Correct? That is the process of research and that is the process of learning. Okay? మీరు CA అయిపోయినంత మాత్రాన మీకు అన్నీ వచ్చేవు. కరెక్ట్? యూ హ్యావ్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్, యూ హ్యావ్ టు డైలీ డూ రీసెర్చ్. ఒక్కసారి మీరు క్వాలిఫై అయిపోయినంత మాత్రాన్ని సిలబస్ అంతా ఇలానే ఉంటుంది, అకౌంట్స్ అంటే ఇలానే ఉంటుంది, ట్యాక్స్ అంతా ఇంతే ఉంటుంది, ఉండదల్లా. ఇట్ విల్ కీప్ ఆన్ చేంజింగ్ కంటిన్యూస్లీ, విచ్ మీన్స్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు అప్డేట్. దట్స్ వాట్ ఐఎమ్ సెయింగ్, డోంట్ బై హార్ట్ ఎనీథింగ్. ఓకే, మీరు బై హార్ట్ చేసినా కంప్లీట్ చేయలేనంత సిలబస్ ఉంటుంది. ప్లస్ అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం ఒకవేళ పొరపాటున మీ బై హార్టింగ్ స్కిల్స్ అంత భయంకరంగా ఉన్నాయి, మొత్తం 6 సబ్జెక్ట్స్ కూర్చోబెట్టి మొత్తం స్టడీ మెటీరియల్స్ అన్నీ బట్టి పడేసి ఎగ్జామ్ రాస్తారు, పాస్ అయిపోయారు, అయినా వాల్యూ ఉండదు బయటకు వెళ్ళిన తర్వాత. బికాస్ ఆఫ్టర్ క్వాలిఫికేషన్, ఎందుకంటే వాడు బై హార్ట్ చేయాలంటే వాడు బుక్ చదువుకుంటాడు కదా క్లయింట్, వాడికి మీరు ఏదో ఒక అడ్వైస్ ఇవ్వాలి కదా. విచ్ మీన్స్ ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ సంథింగ్, దెన్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు డెలివర్ సంథింగ్ టు యువర్ క్లయింట్. Okay, then only he will understand. So in next class what I will do is, I will show you one question paper of Jan 2026 and let us try to understand how the questions are being asked, and in tomorrow's class we will understand what exactly is the meaning of accounting standard, how many ASS are there, and what is our approach to deal with those standards, which is chapter we will start first. Everything I will explain in tomorrow's class. Okay, so that's it for today. We'll continue in next class. Okay, in last class we have just seen the names of the subjects. Okay, so today what we will do is we will understand the paper pattern. One question paper I will open. Through that question paper you will get an overall understanding, and then we will check this last 6 papers analysis also. We have did some brief analysis, but now what we will understand is all the chapters names let us write. All the chapters name let us understand along with little introduction, because it is not possible for you to get complete understanding on the day 1 itself. But how much introduction is required, that I will give in this respective chapter. Okay, but before that let me open one of the question paper. Okay, so this is your Jan 2026 question paper. Okay, the latest question paper. So we can check here, the question paper contains how many marks? 70 marks, because this is descriptive. 70 marks is there. Another 30 marks is for MCQs, choice MCQs. Okay, so part 1 comprises multiple choice questions and part 2 comprises questions which requires descriptive answers. Okay, so next, duration of the exam is 3 hours. This is okay. Check this part. This also we know 6 questions will be there, descriptive questions. First question is compulsory. Out of which, and other than this first question, we have totally 5 questions, and out of these 5 questions we have to write 4 questions. Okay, in CMA Inter we will directly ask 7 questions, 2 questions choice they will give. Correct? But here it is not like that. Only 1 question they have given choice, that also from 2 to whatever questions which they are having, from that we have to select any 4 questions. Okay, but first question is mandatory question. You don't have any choice in this first question. Okay, so fine. Each question they will ask for 14 marks. So 5 questions we have to attempt. So 5 into 14, which means you will get a 70 marks. Okay, 70 marks is for descriptive portion. If you check the first question, mandatory question, they will generally ask from standards only. They will generally ask from accounting standards, so you cannot skip this accounting standards. First mandatory question they are going to ask from that only. So first 14 marks question they will ask, and next this question, if you check second question, they have directly asked for how many marks? 14 marks. In last class, we have seen with this paper analysis, 3 14 marks question they will directly ask. First one is consolidated financial statements, 1 14 marks question which they will ask in every attempt. And after that, one more chapter is what? Internal reconstruction. Here also they may ask 14 marks question. One more thing is this amalgamation is there which they will ask 14, and there are 2 chapters. What they will do is this preparation of financial statements and internal reconstruction. Alternate 14 marks they are asking. If you check here, they have asked 14 marks from this chapter. Before attempt, if you check, they have asked 14 marks from this chapter, therefore they have not asked here. After that, if you check, they have asked 14 from here, so they have ignored this area. After that, before paper, 14 marks here, so here they have not asked 14, which means from these 2 chapters, preparation of financial statements and internal reconstruction, they are asking one alternate 14 marks question. But from this consolidation, mandatory 14 marks in every attempt. This amalgamation also mandatory 14 marks they are asking. Okay, which means you have to understand. Which means you have to understand 3 mandatory 14 marks question. First one, amalgamation. No need to copy anything, just listen. One compulsory question from amalgamation. Another compulsory question from consolidation. One more compulsory question for preparation of financial statements or internal reconstruction. Okay, this 14, this 14. This from any of these 2 they will ask 14 marks question. This is the standard pattern which they are following. Okay, so this question this question is basically if you check this, the following scheme of reconstruction they are talking about, which means this is from which chapter? Internal reconstruction. 14 marks they have asked in this chapter. Again I am saying no need to worry about anything, even if you don't understood, because we have not started our syllabus, we are just understanding the exam pattern. Okay, so similarly, if you check the third question they have given 2 7 marks question here. This is basically about here they have given buyback of shares. Okay, this they have given for buyback of shares. This is also fine. First let us find out those 14 mark questions. This one. Fourth question, if you observe, they have given the summarized balance sheets of 2 companies, B Limited and G Limited. Okay, if you read the question further, here what they are saying, B Limited absorbs the business of G Limited. In last class I have explained one example, which is nothing but assume 2 companies are there, A Limited and B Limited. These 2 companies have decided to form one new company which is called as AB Limited. This is called as amalgamation. This is called as what? Amalgamation. Similarly, another type is also there. Sir, what is that another type? A Limited is one company and B Limited is another company. This B Limited is continuously running into losses, because B Limited's management, for example, B Limited's directors, they don't know anything, they don't know how to manage the company. Therefore, what this A Limited have did? A Limited have purchased the B Limited. A Limited have purchased the B Limited, which means what? From now onwards, B Limited is closed. From now onwards, B Limited is closed, but still whatever the assets and liabilities of this B Limited are there, those are purchased by A Limited. This is also called as amalgamation. This is also called as amalgamation. Multiple ways are there. What are those amalgamation? We will discuss in that chapter. But here what I want you to understand is, this is a question which they have asked for 14 marks, and this is from the chapter amalgamation. Okay. Next one. Prepare a consolidated balance sheet. This I have explained. Subsidiary they are talking about. In the last class, if you remember, 2 companies, assume if they are having, one is A Limited, another one assume it is B Limited. If A Limited have purchased more than 50% shares of B Limited, what I have said, control of B Limited is purchased by A Limited. Correct, because since it is having more than 50%, if any decision wants to be taken in the company, who is having the control? A Limited is having the control. Therefore, what they will say, this A Limited will be called as either parent company, or another name is also there, holding company. Parent or holding, that's it. This B Limited will be called as subsidiary company. There is relation between amalgamation and consolidation. Because if you observe, similar type of example I am saying for amalgamation also and consolidation also. Sir, what exactly is the difference? We will understand when we discuss that respective chapter. Here also what we have to do, we have to prepare consolidated balance sheet. Okay, we will check this consolidated balance sheet also very nicely we will cover. Okay, because you have to understand the same consolidated financial statements and amalgamation. These two chapters are even there in your CA final also. Same 14 plus 14 marks they are going to ask in your final also. Okay, two chapters, amalgamation and consolidation. Same chapters will be there even your CA final also. There also they will ask how many marks? 14 plus 14. Very, 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 very important. If you don't understand this, trust me, even if you leave these chapters as choice also, you can easily pass. But the thing is, at your final level, you have to do too much of hard work because they will assume that you have already learned this in your CA inter. Okay, so we will not take that risk. We will very nicely cover that chapter. So don't worry. After that, 3 14 marks question they have asked. After that, other than that, they will ask only 7 marks questions. Maximum 7 marks question they will ask from each question. If not that, 14 marks question. Okay. So here, if you check, one more question is there which they will not even miss in any single attempt, which is nothing but branch accounts. Which is nothing but which chapter? Branch accounts. This also I have explained here in this paper analysis. Here it is having a branch accounting including foreign branches. Every attempt they will ask 6 marks. Okay, which means it is also compulsory question which you should not ignore. I have already said that our advanced accounting syllabus mainly contains accounting standards. 50% of our syllabus is only contains accounting standards. Another 50% if you observe those 3 questions. What are the 3 questions? Amalgamation, next consolidation, next internal reconstruction or preparation of financial statements. We have calculated the weightage also. Approximately they are asking for 53 to 58 marks they are asking in each attempt. Balance part they are asking from which things? Accounting standards. Balance part they are asking from which thing? Accounting standards. I have also shown you these items that most of these chapters, if you observe, everything is nothing but AS. Everything in our syllabus is completely accounting standard based, but what we will be doing is we will not be starting from AS1, next 2, next 3, next 4, next 5. In this sequence if you do, we will not understand the real essence of this subject. So what we'll be doing, I will be arranging all these standards in a logical order and I will explain you accordingly. Okay, first we will start with some asset based standards because this AS2 and all those are very, very small standards. So if you learn these standards first, most of the discussion will be clear. These asset based standards are the key in this advanced accounting area. Okay, so these asset based accounting standards we will start. After that we'll move to other areas. Okay, but before that, before learning these asset based standards and all, first what we have to understand is, okay, just remember these names. Still I didn't explain you what is the meaning of amalgamation, what is the meaning of consolidation, or all those things I have not explained. I have just given you a little introduction, that's it. Okay, very in depth we have to learn those chapters. Okay, so first of all, we will understand what is the meaning of accounting standards, who will issue accounting standards, how many accounting standards are there, everything we will understand now. Okay, but before that you have to tell me what is the meaning of financial statements. In last class already we have seen, but now also please tell me what is the meaning of financial statements. అంతే కదా. Financial statements are nothing but first item is what? Trading profit and loss account. Second item is what? Balance sheet. Third item, cash flow statement, and one more thing is what? Notes to accounts. See, while learning this whole subject, don't think of small companies, don't think of small shops and all, don't think like that. Think big, then only you will understand accounts. Okay, if you observe outside also, you will see many shopkeepers, you will see many small businesses. They don't know what is the meaning of this trading P&L account. They don't know how to prepare this balance sheet. They don't know how to prepare this cash flow statement, but they know what is the profit which they are earning. They know the figure, that's it. ఎలా క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేశారో వాడికి కూడా తెలియదు, వాడు ఒక్కడికే తెలుస్తుంది ఎలా క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేశారో. కరెక్ట్. దే నో దే ఆర్ గెటింగ్, వెదర్ దే ఆర్ గెటింగ్ ప్రాఫిట్ ఆర్ లాస్, దే నో, but they may not know what is the meaning of outstanding salaries. They may not know what is the meaning of prepaid rent. Like this they don't know, but still they can find out profit or loss. Correct. For small businesses and for unorganized businesses, even if the things are like that, it still works. But if you observe big entities, big corporates, if you observe, it is not possible to prepare all these items according to the wishes of those persons. If every person prepares their financial statements according to their wishes, for example, you are an investor, you are having 10 crore rupees. You are having 10 crore rupees surplus. Okay, assume you have qualified and after that you have did some 5 years of job and after that you have decided to quit. Okay, you have accumulated 10 crore rupees. Now the thing is, since you are having this 10 crore rupees, you are having multiple options. You can start your own business. You can start your own business, or even you can start your own CA practice. Multiple options are there. What you have decided is, you have decided to invest these items in shares. You have decided to purchase some shares of another companies. Multiple options we are having. Assume first one is Reliance. Another thing is Tata is also there. Okay. Another thing is Adani is also there. These three companies are there. You wanted to make investment, you have to purchase shares of these three companies. If Reliance Limited prepares its financial statements according to its wish, if Tata also prepares its financial statements according to its wish, similarly if this Adani also prepares financial statements according to its wishes, అంటే వాడికి వచ్చినట్టు వాడు చేశాడు అనుకోండి, this person cannot compare these three financial statements. If this person cannot compare these financial statements, where he can invest? Comparison means what? He have to compare which company is having more profits, which company is having more profits, which company is having more sales, which company is having a huge research and development expenditure, which company is having more debt, which company is having more profits, more reserves. All these items you have to compare. If you want to compare, everything should be prepared as per uniform policies. Everything has to prepare uniform policies. Correct. For example, you are a CA foundation student. Assume you have already completed, but just for example, you are a CA foundation and for 400, assume you have got only 202. How much percentage you got? So 200 ఎందుకులే కానీ 200. How much percent you have got? 50%. One 6th class student is there. That person out of 600, assume that person got 599.99. 6th class లో అంతే కదా. Calculate this percent. Calculator ఉందా ఒకసారి ట్రై చేద్దాం. 599.99 divided by 600. 99.99%. Will you compare these two? Stupidity. You cannot compare these two. Correct. In the same manner, you will do comparison only if everything is on same line. If everything is uniform, if these financial statements are prepared as per uniform policies, then I can compare. Correct. Therefore, in order to ensure comparison between different entities, what they have decided is, they have decided to issue common set of standards. What they have decided to issue? Common set of standards, and they have given certain formats. Those formats you have to follow. Certain policies they have to given. Everything you have to follow, and these are only nothing but accounting standards. These are only nothing but what? Accounting standards. What you have to understand is, these accounting standards have to be mandatorily followed. Sir, are all accounting standards needs to be followed? That we will learn in detail, because we have another chapter which is nothing but applicability of accounting standards. There we will understand which standard is applicable to which person. But right now what you have to understand, what is the purpose of this accounting standards? To ensure comparisons. To ensure comparisons. Next thing is what? If accounting standards itself are not there, alternate treatments will be done for different items. Alternate treatments will be done for different items. For example, assume sales is there. Sorry, assume P&L account is there. P&L account is there. We all know that sales we have to write credit side. Purchases we have to write a debit side. You have paid some rent. It is an expense. So we all know that it will be recorded in debit side of P&L account. This is the rule which you have to follow. This is the rule which you have to follow. What I can do, if I want, rather than writing this item here, I can write credit side and keep negative sign. Both will give you same answer. Correct? Instead of writing here, if I write in credit side and if I have written in negative, still my profit will become same. But we all know that we should not do like this, because they have given some standard rules, they have given some standard policies, they have given some standard formats. Formats also you have to follow like that only. Correct? Because P&L account have to be prepared in the same format. Till now we have understood that we have to prepare P&L account in a T-shaped format. Correct? But now if you observe the 314 marks questions, whatever they have asked in 314 marks question, you have to prepare balance sheet or financial statements of companies you have to prepare. See, your main core advanced accounting lies in your companies accounts only. In your CA foundation, you have learnt very limited accounts. So your total CA inter, if you observe, even law also, majority of the portion is what? Company law. Company law and accounts also, majority of the portion is what? Companies accounts only. Which means what? Here, after completion of this basics chapter, we will directly start with balance sheet. Balance sheet format they have given, because in 314 marks questions, you have to prepare balance sheet only. 314 marks questions you have to prepare balance sheet only. You cannot prepare like this, T-shaped, liabilities, amount, assets, amount. This is wrong. This is correct in your foundation, but here you have to follow new format. Okay, that format also very nicely we will learn, don't worry. But now what you have to understand is, okay, whatever the financial statements which are there, we have to follow fixed set of policies or rules or regulations or policies. Those are only called as accounting standards. Those are only called as accounting standards. Now I'll ask you one question, you have to tell me the correct answer. See, already we will prepare something which is called as P&L account. What is the purpose of this P&L account? Tell me. Very good. Purpose of P&L account is very simple. Whether we are getting profit or loss, that can be found, that can be understood by this trading P&L account. What is the purpose of this balance sheet? How many assets the company is having? What exactly is the financial position? Correct? What exactly is the financial position? How many assets the entity is having? How many liabilities? How many loans? What is the capital? Everything will be understood in the balance sheet. What is the purpose of cash flow? What is the purpose of cash flow statement? Which means, see, this P&L account we are preparing. For example, assume I have got 10 lakh rupees profit. Assume I have got 10 lakh rupees profit as per my P&L account. Can I say that I have generated 10 lakh rupees cash from its business? And 10 lakhs profit ochindi annanత మాత్రాన మీకు 10 lakhs cash ochindi అని చెప్పగలరా? No, because if you observe your P&L account contains some non-cash items also. Sir, what is the meaning of non-cash items? For example, depreciation. Depreciation. Because of depreciation, are you paying any cash? You will not pay any cash. Depreciation, why will you charge? Because you have already purchased the asset in past. Now what you are doing every year, you are just writing down some of the amount as depreciation. Correct? Which means in the current year, I will not pay any cash for the depreciation. Correct? But my P&L account, already I have written this depreciation. Correct? If after deducting this depreciation, if assume I am getting a profit of 10 lakh rupees, I cannot say that I am having a cash balance of 10 lakhs. Because this depreciation is what? This depreciation is a non-cash item. Which means what? Okay, even though you are having P&L account, that is not sufficient. Whether you are getting how much amount of cash. In order to find out that only what they have introduced, they have decided us to prepare cash flow statements. Last item is what? Notes to accounts. This is more of disclosure. Disclosure means understand the purpose of this disclosure. Disclosure is very simple. We know that shareholders will give capital to the company. Shareholders will give capital to the company. Therefore, it is very important for the shareholders to understand what exactly is going on in the company. Correct? What exactly is going on in the company? Every information shareholders should understand. So, all that information, it is not possible to write in the balance sheet itself. Balance sheet should be very clear. It should only contains assets, liabilities. That's it. No other information you have to write here. For example, if you observe big companies, it may contains thousands of assets. Buildings only, it may contains thousands of buildings. I cannot write all the names of 1,000 buildings in the balance sheet. It will become very clumsy. Correct? So balance sheet means summary. Total figures only I will write. Sir, where I can find individual breakup? That they will give in notes to accounts. For example, 1,000 assets are there. Sir, have you got the 1,000 assets total? Then I will prepare in notes to accounts. First asset this much, second asset this much. Like this, I will take the total, and the total figure I will write in the balance sheet. Okay, we will understand the format nicely. Then you will get total clarity. But what we have to understand is, first let us understand the syllabus, and before that, first keep the heading. Let us write Introduction to Accounting Standards. Let us write Introduction to Accounting Standards, and slowly we will understand what exactly is the syllabus. Okay. Accounting standards. First let us write the purpose of AS. Shortly we can call these accounting standards as AS. Purpose of accounting standards is to reduce alternate accounting treatments. In the preparation of financial statements. To ensure uniformity to compare different financials. Okay, let us write in points wise. Keep the first point for that purpose of accounting standards. Let us write the second point also. Second point. Okay, accounting standards, you can write AS. AS deals with this accounting standard contains First one, recognition. Recognition. Second, measurement. Recognition, measurement. Third, presentation. Fourth, disclosures. Okay, for every item, if for any item they have given an accounting standard, they have to cover all these points in that accounting standard. Sir, what all these points? Let us slowly understand with the help of an example. First, recognition means bringing any item to your books of accounts. You cannot record all items in your books of accounts. Correct? Some items. When to record any item, that will be explained in that accounting standard. Next point, measurement. Measurement means at which value I have to recognize. At which value I have to record an item, that also they will say in that standard only. Third item is what? Presentation. Presentation means where that item should be presented. Whether any item should be presented as an expense or income or asset or liability, also they will explain in that standard. If you are classifying any item as asset, in that asset also multiple classifications is required. They will give in the balance sheet. After understanding the balance sheet format, you will understand what I am talking. In our balance sheet, we will have non-current assets, current assets, next intangibles. Like this, multiple classifications are there. We will slowly understand after completion of that balance sheet, but where I have to record that item, that also they will give in accounting standard only. Some items needs disclosures. Some items needs disclosures. For example, let us take an example, then you will understand. One entity is there, that one entity have purchased AC. One entity have purchased air conditioner. The cost of that air conditioner, just assume it is 1 lakh rupees. Cost of the air conditioner is 1 lakh rupees. Now they have incurred some transportation charges. Some transportation charges to bring that AC, for example, to your office. Assume you are installing this AC at your office. So what you have did, this is your purchase price 1 lakh rupees and you are paying, let us assume 5,000 rupees as installation. Sorry, transport. 5,000 rupees you are paying for transport, because this AC you are purchasing from Delhi. From there onwards you are transporting, therefore your cost have become transportation cost 5,000 rupees. Okay, now that AC have reached to your office location. Now what you have to do, you have to do something which is called as installation, because I cannot use that AC like that without installation. Correct? And they have sent that company personnel, AC company personnel sent some person and they have charged me 3,000 rupees as installation. 3,000 rupees as installation they have charged. And another thing is, I think you all know that if you purchase any good or any service, you have to pay something which is called as GST. You don't know anything about GST, don't worry. Don't worry. Still for you, tax is not started. Okay, just understand the meaning of GST. What is the full form of GST? Goods and services tax, which means what? If you purchase any good, if you have taken any service, what you have to pay? GST you have to pay. Correct? Assume you have paid GST. For simplicity purpose, assume you are paying 10,000 rupees as GST. If you purchase AC, you have to pay all these items. Okay, all these amounts you have to pay. Now my question is, we all know that if you purchase an AC, you will pass journal entry. Correct? What is the journal entry which you will pass? Machinery అని రాస్తారా? సరే, మెషినరీ రాద్దాం. ఏసీ అనే రాద్దాం కాసేపు, కన్ఫ్యూజన్ ఎందుకు. మనం ఎందులో గ్రూప్ చేద్దామో తెలుసుకుందాం. బ్యాలెన్స్ షీట్ వేసినప్పుడు లెట్ us write AC account debit to let us assume you have made cash purchase. How much you will pay? 1 lakh you have to pay, 5,000 you have to pay, 3,000 also, 10,000 also, which means total how much you have to pay? 1 lakh 18,000 you have to pay. Very good. Sir, at what value I have to record my AC? Because my AC cost, pure AC cost is 1 lakh rupees. Should I record at this 1 lakh? Or do I also have to add this transportation? Or do I have to also add this installation? Or do I have to also add this GST? Just keep the question. Answer you will get when we study that standard. Okay, what I am saying is this type of situations can practically come. How to overcome these type of situations will be explained where? Accounting standard. Our syllabus is that only. In our syllabus we will understand at what value you have to record. Correct? This is one transaction. This is, see, this AC is a fixed asset. This AC is called as property, plant and equipment. I will say this word, don't worry. PPE, property, plant and equipment. Sir, property, plant and equipment, we are having one separate standard. In that standard, they will explain at which value you have to record. Correct? Which means when to record also that standard will explain every standard. At what value you have to record that also they will explain. Where you have to present that also will be explained in this accounting standard, and most importantly disclosure. For example, A Limited is there, one entity. This A Limited, Mr. A, assume he is the managing director of the entity. Okay. See, A Limited will have multiple shareholders. Shareholders are different, directors are different. You will understand this concept in Companies Act, don't worry. Okay. What have happened is this Mr. A have entered into related party transaction. Just understand what I am saying. Mr. A have entered into related party transaction. Related party transaction means వాళ్ళ రిలేటివ్ ఎవరితోనో ఒక ట్రాన్సాక్షన్లోకి ఎంటర్ అయ్యాడు. ఓకే, వాడి పర్సనల్ అనుకోండి, మనకు అసలు గోల్ ఉండదు. కానీ వాడు ఎవరితో ఎంటర్ అవుతున్నాడు? ఏ లిమిటెడ్ విత్ హిస్ రిలేటివ్. ఏ లిమిటెడ్ విత్ హిస్ రిలేటివ్, విచ్ మీన్స్ వాట్? ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, assume if he purchases, assume he is purchasing from his related party. Now what have happened is, if he wants to purchase the same amount from any outside person, assume he have to pay 1 lakh rupees. ఏదో ఒక ఐటమ్ పర్చేస్ చేయాలంటే అవుట్ సైడ్ పర్సన్కి 1 lakh పే చేస్తే చాలు. కానీ వీడేం చేశాడు? వాడు రిలేటివ్ కదా అని చెప్పి ఇంకో 50 ఎక్స్ట్రా పే చేశాడు. వాడి డబ్బులు కాదు కదా, కంపెనీ మనీ కదా, ఇంకో 50 ఎక్స్ట్రా పే చేశాడు. విచ్ మీన్స్ ఫర్ హిస్ రిలేటెడ్ పార్టీ హౌ మచ్ అమౌంట్ హీఈస్ మేకింగ్ ద పేమెంట్? 1,50,000. దీస్ ఆర్ నథింగ్ బట్ రిలేటెడ్ పార్టీ ట్రాన్సాక్షన్స్. ప్రతిసారి ఇలా జరుగుతుందని కాదు. బట్ ఇఫ్ ద కంపెనీ ఈజ్ ఎంటరింగ్ ఇన్ టు ఎనీ రిలేటెడ్ పార్టీ ట్రాన్సాక్షన్స్, it should be disclosed to shareholders, because shareholders have to understand, because they have kept their money. Correct? They have to understand where their money is going. That is the reason any disclosure also will be understood where? In accounting standard. ఇప్పుడు క్వశ్చన్స్ ఒకటే వేసుకోండి మీరు, ఆన్సర్స్ మీకు ఇప్పుడు తెలియవు. రెస్పెక్టివ్ అకౌంటింగ్ స్టాండర్డ్ కవర్ అయినప్పుడు ఆన్సర్స్ తెలుస్తాయి. ఓకే, సింప్లీ అకౌంటింగ్ స్టాండర్డ్, వాట్ ఆల్ ద మ్యాటర్స్ విచ్ ఆర్ కవర్డ్ ఇన్ దట్ అకౌంటింగ్ స్టాండర్డ్? రికగ్నిషన్, measurement, presentation, and last one, disclosure. All these items will be covered in the accounting standards. Okay. So now what we'll be doing is, let us write the list of accounting standards. These list of accounting standards only is there in our syllabus. Okay. So next heading, list of all accounting standards. Okay, list of accounting standards. We will understand what is the exact process of issuing these accounting standards in detail. We will understand, that is also there in first chapter. But right now, ICAI will issue accounting standards. The power is there with ICAI. Sir, what is the exact process? Everything we'll understand little later, but ultimate accounting standards issuing body is whom? ICAI. Okay. It have totally issued It have issued 29 accounting standards in total. It have issued 29 accounting standards in total. But as of now, they have deleted two accounting standards. They have deleted two accounting standards and merged into others. So total 29 accounting standards they have issued, but they have deleted two. And what they have did, those two also they have merged into other standards, which means now how many standards are there? 27 accounting standards are there. Okay, all these standards are there in your syllabus. Every standard is there in your syllabus. That's what I'm saying. Every standard we will not take 30 hours, 40 hours like this. We will not take. Some standards 30 minutes, some standards 20 minutes, some standards 10 hours, 12 hours. Like that we will plan. Okay. So let us have a list of all these standards. Okay. So let us write the first one. AS1. AS1. Disclosure of accounting policies. Disclosure of accounting policies. Now I will not discuss anything. Let us write all those points. After completion of all those points, then I will give you a little introduction about each of the standard. AS1, disclosure of accounting standards. AS2. AS2, we already know this AS2. Valuation of inventories. Valuation of inventories, AS2. Okay. Third, AS3. AS3 is nothing but cash flow statement. AS3 cash flow statement. AS4. AS4 contingencies. Contingencies and events occurring after the balance sheet. Okay. AS5. AS5 net profit or loss for the period. Net profit or loss for the period, comma, prior period items. Prior period items and changes in accounting policies. changes in accounting policies. Okay. Now what is the next standard? 6 they have deleted. Okay. AS6 they have deleted. So after 6 is deleted, then what is the next standard? AS7. Very good. AS7 talks about construction contracts. If any person is doing construction business, how he have to record the revenue? That they will say in this AS7. Okay, what is the next standard? AS, that also they have deleted. So let us write AS9. 6, 8 they have deleted. Remaining all standards are there in sequence. AS9, revenue recognition. Revenue recognition. AS10. AS10, property, plant and equipment. PPE. AS10, property, plant and equipment, PPE. AS11. Effects of changes in foreign exchange rates. You may not understand everything, but just copy. Still we have not started our syllabus. Okay, we have just started. How many chapters are there? That's it. Effects of changes in foreign exchange rates. Okay, AS12. AS12 talks about government grants. Government grants. Next, accounting for AS13, accounting for investments. Accounting for investments, AS13. Next standard, AS14. AS14 accounting for amalgamations. AS14 accounting for amalgamations. Highlight this AS14. Okay, because 14 marks question. AS14. Amalgamations. Next, AS15. AS15 talks about employee benefits. AS15 talks about employee benefits. One more standard, AS16, which talks about borrowing cost. A16 talks about borrowing cost. A17 AS17 talks about segment reporting. AS17 talks about segment reporting, and AS18 talks about related party disclosures. AS18 talks about related party disclosures. AS18 related party disclosures. Another standard AS19 talks about leases. AS19 talks about leases. AS20 AS20 talks about earnings per share. In shortly we can write as EPS. AS20 talks about earnings per share. Okay. AS21 consolidated financial statements. Consolidated financial statements, AS21. Consolidated financial statements, AS21. Next, AS22. Accounting for taxes on income. Accounting for taxes on income. AS23. Accounting for investments in associates and joint ventures. Accounting for investments in associates and joint ventures. Next one. AS24 discontinuing operations. AS24 discontinuing operations. AS25 interim. Interim financial statements, AS25. AS26. AS26 intangibles. AS26 intangibles. 25 AS 27. AS 27. One small correction. AS 23, they talks about accounting for investments in associates. Strike off these joint ventures. Strike off these joint ventures and write consolidation procedure. Associates and consolidation procedure is explained in AS 23. Okay, but AS 27 talks about investments and joint ventures. AS 28. Impairment of assets. AS 28, impairment of assets. Last standard, AS 29, it talks about provisions, contingent assets, and contingent liabilities. Contingent liabilities. Total 27 standards. We have copied the names of all the standards. Just go through those names of standards. Okay, just go through those names of standards. If you are identifying anything, if you are remembering anything by seeing the name, just identify and keep with you. I will ask if you are remembering anything. Then what we'll be doing is we'll be giving little introduction about some of the accounting standards, because other accounting standards we have to learn in depth only, because most of the standards are completely new to you, because of which we will be learning completely in depth. But some standards I think you know in your foundation. Okay, so just read all those names and try to connect if you are remembering anything in your CA foundation. Okay, 27 standards, just go through those names. Okay, so let us do little introduction about some of the standards which you have already know. Okay, I'm sure that you know this AS2, which is nothing but valuation of inventories, correct? In this standard, trust me, they will start this standard with the meaning of inventory. They will start with that much basics. They will explain you first of all what is the meaning of inventory. Then they will give you why it should be valued at cost or NRV, whichever is lower. Okay, till the accounting treatment, entire thing will be there in this AS2. Okay, read this one, AS4, contingencies and events occurring after the balance sheet. I think in your foundation something is there which is called as contingent liabilities. ఉందా సిఏ ఫౌండేషన్లో ఒక చాప్టర్ ఉంటుంది కదా, ప్రొవిజన్స్, కంటింజెంట్ లయబిలిటీస్, ఉందా లేదా అకౌంట్స్లో? అక్కడ చెప్తారు కదా. సో ఆర్ యూ రిమెంబరింగ్ ఎనీథింగ్ అబౌట్ దిస్ కంటింజెంట్ లయబిలిటీ? ఎనీ ఎగ్జాంపుల్? Contingent liability. Okay, normally what is the meaning of liability? Assume this is balance sheet. Assume this is balance sheet. Here you will write liabilities, amount, assets, amount, correct? Assume in your balance sheet there is one liability which is called as bank loan, another liability which is called as creditors, correct? The difference between liability and contingent liability is, liability means confirm you have to pay this amount, correct? It is already probable that you have to pay this amount. In the books of accounts, assume you are having a bank loan of 1 lakh rupees. What does it mean? You have to pay loan of 1 lakh. That is clear, correct? Creditors, assume you are having 30,000. What is the meaning of this 30,000? You have to pay to creditors 30,000. But the meaning of this contingent liability is, assume you are one company. You have provided, let us assume, one car to some person, and that car is completely defective. That car is completely defective. So that what the customer have asked is, number of times he intimated to the company that the car is defective, you have to replace. Like this, the customer have asked the company, but the company have rejected. The company have rejected. Therefore, this customer went to court and file a case. Customer. Normally, ఇవి ఎలా ఉంటాయంటే, వాడు యాక్చువల్గా కార్ రీప్లేస్ చేసేసిన కంపెనీకి అంత లాస్ అవ్వవు. కానీ వీడు ఏం చేస్తాడంటే, వీడు ఒకవేళ మంచి ఎడ్యుకేటెడ్ పర్సన్, మంచి నాలెడ్జ్ ఉన్న పర్సన్ అనుకోండి, కస్టమర్, వీడు ఏం చేస్తాడంటే, నీ వల్ల నాకు చాలా టైం వేస్ట్ అయింది ఇలా తిరగడం వల్ల, కాబట్టి నాకు చాలా లాసెస్ వచ్చాయి అది ఇది అని చెప్పి వాడు ఏం చేస్తాడంటే, కార్ వాల్యూ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 2 crores అనుకోండి, వాడు ఏం చేస్తాడంటే కేసులో 20 crores వేస్తాడు. ఇలా ఉంటాయి చాలా. ఎందుకంటే నేను ఇక్కడ తిరగకపోతే నాకు బోల్డ్ బిజినెస్లు ఉండేవి, బోల్డ్ డబ్బులు వచ్చేవి, నీతో తిరగడం వల్ల మొత్తం అంతా ఎఫెక్ట్ అయిపోయి, కాబట్టి ఐ హ్యావ్ లాస్ట్ దిస్ 20 crores, యూ హ్యావ్ టు పే మీ దిస్ 20 crores. లైక్ దిస్, assume the customer have filed a suit. The customer have filed a suit on, assume, 31st March 2025. This is the date of case. Now tell me whether I will pay this 20 crores or not. That is not finalized as on this date, correct? First of all, court have to hear both the decisions from both the parties. It should have the hearing, and then the court will confirm whether I have to pay 20 crores or not. Which means what? Till the court decides, this liability is not confirmed. Till the court decides this liability is not certain, or this liability is not probable. Therefore, what the standard is saying, okay, this is not your liability, this is called as a contingent liability. Contingent liability you cannot write in your balance sheet, because if you write in your balance sheet, which means you are saying to investors that you have to pay this much. సడన్గా ఇది బ్యాలెన్స్ షీట్లో చూపించారనుకోండి, షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ భయపడిపోతారు, అంత డబ్బులు మేము ఎక్కడి నుంచి తీసుకొస్తాం, ఎందుకంటే అది ఇంకా కన్ఫర్మ్ అవ్వలేదు కదా. ఇఫ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ కన్ఫర్మ్డ్, డోంట్ రికగ్నైజ్ ఇన్ యువర్ ఫినాన్షియల్ స్టేట్మెంట్స్. వెయిట్, just show that item in notes to accounts, because you are alerting the shareholders that one case is there. In future there may be a chance that we have to pay this liability in future, but not now. Therefore, this is called as contingent liability. Okay. I have just explained you with the help of basic example, but standard they will give some definition. We will slowly understand the definition when we start that standard. Okay. So fine. Contingent assets and liabilities we have just understood a little bit. Next one, this AS10. Check this AS10. What is the name of the AS10? Property, plant and equipment. There is one definition which they will say in this property, plant and equipment. But just for understanding purpose, assume this PP is nothing but fixed assets. Assume this PP is nothing but fixed assets. In this property, plant and equipment, they will include buildings, furniture, machinery, plant and machinery, vehicles. All these items will be included in this property, plant and equipment. We know that for fixed assets, every year we have to charge something which is known as depreciation. How you have to charge the depreciation? What are the methods of the depreciation? They will give in this standard AS10. Okay, AS10 they will explain what is the entry you have to pass at the time of purchase. From that onwards, they will explain the accounting treatment. Okay, AS10 we will cover there. Next, I think only these are the items which you know at your CA foundation. Other than this, every chapter is completely new. Correct? Every chapter is completely new. So even if I explain something now, you will unnecessarily feel little bit confused. So what we'll be doing is, today we'll stop our class till here only. Just read all the names of the standards. No need to by heart anything. After completion of our syllabus, you will remember everything. Okay, so but because just since this is the first class, you don't have much work to do. Try to remember the names of few standards at least. Okay, no need to by heart, but just read 2 to 3 times, then you will get some understanding. So tomorrow what we'll be doing is, tomorrow we'll be starting with the format of balance sheet. Okay, most important discussion we will have. Okay, first let me show you how that balance sheet will look. This one. I will explain this entire thing, don't worry, but just for you, I want to show how the balance sheet will look. So check this. There is some schedule. You have to understand your balance sheet format has given in schedule 3. In Companies Act, they will say, because we are learning the format of preparation of financial statements for companies. Correct? So who will provide the format? Companies Act, they have given the format. Sir, where they have given? Schedule 3. They have given schedule 3. So first read this heading. Read this heading. Financial statements for a companies whose financial statements are required to comply with the company's accounting standards rules 2006. Which means if you are a company for which accounting standards rules are applicable. If you are a company for which accounting standards rules means they will say some companies for you accounting standards are applicable. If you are a company which is covered in there, which is covered there, then you have to prepare balance sheet and profit and loss account as per this format. As per this format you have to prepare. Okay, just understand. I will explain this tomorrow, but now just to see how the balance sheet is looking. Okay, your financial statements, company financial statements will start with part 1 balance sheet. Here we have to write name of the company. For example, if it is Geo Limited, I have to write Geo Limited here. We know that balance sheet we will prepare on one particular date. Correct? For example, 31st March 26. Assume this is the date. Remember the format, particulars, note, read this. Read this. What is the first one? Figures as at the end of the current reporting period. What is the current reporting period? 31st March 26. 31st March 26 is your current reporting period, which means what? Here I have to give the figures of 31st March 26. What is this? Figures as at the end of the previous report. What is this previous reporting period?
25. Sir, why we have to give both? Because comparison. Investors, shareholders will understand what is the turnover of the previous year, what is the turnover of the current year, what are the expenses of the previous year, what are the expenses of the current year. Just read the balance sheet, first item. Equity and liabilities. First we will start our balance sheet with which item? Shareholders funds. Shareholders funds. In your partnership accounts or your sole proprietorship, we will write, in sole proprietorship we will write capital. In partnership we will write partners capital. In company's accounts we have to write share capital. So the first item is share capital. In your partnership accounts, we will write partners capital accounts. After that, if there is any reserves, for example, any revaluation reserve, general reserve, those items if they have given, we will write there. But here, all those funds will be included in shareholders funds. Forget about this third point. I will explain this. But now understand, your balance sheet will start with the first item, what? Equity and liabilities. Understand, there is a little difference between equity and liabilities also. Sir, what is the difference? Equity means owners funds. Liabilities means outsiders funds. What is the meaning of liabilities? Outsiders funds. Understand. Sir, why they have given two different names? Because in our old balance sheet, we only have something which is called as liabilities. Capital also we will write here only. Bank loan also we will write here only. Bank loan, creditors also we will write here only. Everything we will write here only. But now understand, company accounts are saying we have to prepare two things, equity and liabilities. Sir, what is the meaning of liabilities? Slowly we will understand, but try to understand what I am saying. Liability is nothing but if the entity is having any obligation to pay the cash. What is the meaning of liability? Liability means obligation to pay the cash. For example, మీ బ్యాలెన్స్ షీట్లో బ్యాంక్ లోన్ అని ఒక ఐటమ్ ఉంది. Do we have to pay compulsorily this bank loan or not? Answer is yes. Which means, can I say that you are having an obligation to pay the cash? Yes. Therefore, this will become your liability. Assume in the same balance sheet you are having creditors. In that 1 lakh is there. వాడు వచ్చి అడిగాడు, నా ఇష్టం నేను పే చేస్తా లేదంటే లేదు అని చెప్తే ఊరుకుంటాడు. No, which means you are having contractual obligation to pay that also. Therefore, that creditor also will become your liability. Equity share capital, which means assume the company is running into losses. If you are shareholder, if you go to the company and ask the company to pay my money, it is not having an obligation. Company is not having an obligation, which means compulsory pay cheyadaniki manam outsiders kaadu, manam enti owners. Owners means what? After repaying all your liabilities, all your outside liabilities, if the entity is still having cash, then it will pay. Which means what? After paying everything, if anything is remained, that will be available to shareholders. That is the meaning of equity. Equity means after paying everything, if still you are having anything, that will only be paid to the shareholders. Compulsory, they are not having any right, shareholders. You will slowly understand this while starting your law, equity, share capital. This concept is there in law, then you will understand what I am exactly trying. Okay. After completion of share capital, after completion of shareholders funds, ignore this and read here, read from here. Non-current liabilities we will start. In that, what is the first item? Long-term borrowings. Second one, deferred tax, we don't know about this. Third one, other long-term liabilities. Fourth one, long-term provisions. Next we will start with current liabilities. What is the first one? Short-term borrowings. Next, trade payables. Come to this. Other current liabilities, short-term provisions. That's it. Our total of balance sheet will complete from liabilities side. Okay. We will remember this format. Don't worry. I will explain one shortcut to remember everything. Every line item we have to remember, because in question, in exam, you have to write like this only. You cannot write this T-shaped balance sheet as liabilities amount, assets amount. You cannot write this. Okay. You have to follow this format only. Tell me, our balance sheet will start with, what is the first item? Equity and liabilities. In that, whether we'll start with liabilities or equity first. Equity other name is also shareholders funds. What is the first item? Share capital, reserves and surplus. This item will not be coming in all the cases, but I will explain what it is. But generally you will write only these two items. After that, what we have to start? Non-current liabilities. How many non-current liabilities we are having? 4 non-current liabilities. After that we are having current liabilities. In that also we will have 4. After completion of all your liabilities, then we have to check assets. In that assets also, understand what is the first one? Non-current assets. In that, what is the first one? Property, plant and equipment. In that, what is the first one? Tangibles, intangibles, capital work in progress, intangibles under development. These are nothing but property, plant and equipment. This is the meaning of presentation. Presentation means if you are having one asset, you know that that item is an asset. Sir, where I have to write that asset? Do I have to write in deferred tax? Do I have to write here? 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 Everything will be explained in the accounting standard only. After completion of PPE, what is the next item we are having? Non-current investments. Next, deferred tax assets, long-term loans and advances, other non-current assets. Your non-current assets is completed. Next, current assets. How many current assets? 6 current assets. What is the exact format? We will understand in tomorrow's class. Okay. Read the names of the accounting standards. No need to by heart anything. Just read. Okay. We will nicely start with this format. Tomorrow we will easily remember everything. Don't worry. After completion of tomorrow's class, I think tomorrow it will completely take to understand this balance sheet format only. Okay. After that, we will start with one more format, which is nothing but profit and loss account. Because profit and loss account also no T-shaped format you have to follow. They will also give this thing like this. It will be there. This is also vertical format. Correct. This also part 2 statement of profit and loss. After completion of balance sheet, we will start this item. Okay. So that's it for today. We'll continue in next class.
Okay. In last class, we have just understood the names of the chapters. Nothing we have started. Okay, we have just seen the names of the chapters. That's it. But that video will be anyways uploaded in YouTube by today evening. It will be uploaded. So if anyone wants to check, you can check those. So today, what we will be discussing is we will be starting with the balance sheet format. Because we have seen 3 14 marks questions they are asking only from the perspective of balance sheet format. You have to prepare balance sheet in those 3 questions. Therefore, it is very essential to understand how to prepare that balance sheet. But before that, let us quickly revise what are the things which we have studied in last class. Accounting standards, little introduction we have made. The purpose of accounting standards is what? To reduce the alternate accounting treatments in the preparation of financial statements. If alternate accounting treatment is reduced, everyone will follow same principles. Which means what? Uniform principles will be prepared, uniform principles will be established to compare different financials. Next, what we have seen, every AS talks about 4 points. What are those 4 points? First one, recognition. Recognition means when to bring any item into your books of accounts. Next one is what? Measurement. Measurement means what? Which value we have to write. At which value we have to record any item, that will also be explained in respective standard. At the same time, presentation, and last one, disclosure. So all these 4 aspects will be covered in accounting standard. Okay. So next, what we have discussed, list of accounting standards I have just written here. Who issues accounting standards? ICAI issues accounting standards. As of now, how many standards they have issued? 29 accounting standards in total, but 2 standards are deleted and they have merged into others. Okay. So what is the first AS which we have covered? AS1 talks about disclosure of accounting policies. Nothing I have explained. I have just given the list of these items because every standard is a separate chapter which is there in your syllabus. So all these standards we have to learn. Okay. So I have just listed the chapters. And AS2 talks about what? Valuation of inventories. Some standards will be completed in less than 30 minutes, but some standards we have to spend some time, because, so from exam perspective also, some standards are very important, but others we can just quickly complete within less than half an hour or 1 hour only we can complete. Okay. AS3 talks about what? Cash flow statement. No need to by heart all these standards. As and when we complete the syllabus, we can easily remember this, but just try to read for 3 to 4 times so that easily you can remember. What is AS4 talks about? Contingencies and events occurring after the balance sheet date. AS5 talks about what? Net profit or loss for the period. It also includes prior period items and changes in accounting policies. AS7 talks about what? Construction contracts. AS9 talks about revenue recognition. If we observe, 2 standards are missing here. What are those 2 standards? AS6 and next one AS8. AS6 earlier it talks about depreciation, but what they have did is they have merged this AS6 depreciation with this AS10. Now 2 standards they have not kept, because depreciation you will charge only for which item? Property, plant and equipment. This property, plant and equipment is nothing but what? Fixed assets. Correct. So what they have did, 2 separate standards are not required for depreciation and assets, fixed assets. So they have removed AS6 completely and they have merged into AS10, which is property, plant and equipment. Okay, which is property, plant and equipment. Next one is what? AS11. AS11 talks about what? Effects of changes in foreign exchange rates. And AS12 talks about government grants. AS13 will cover accounting for investments. 14 talks about amalgamations. This we have seen, 14 marks question they are asking. Correct. AS15 talks about what? Employee benefits. AS16 borrowing cost. 17 segment reporting. 18 related party disclosures. 19 leases. 20 earnings per share. This is another 14 marks question which they are asking. AS21 talks about consolidated financial statements, which is shortly called as CFS. AS22 talks about accounting for taxes on income. 23 investments in associates and consolidation. 24 talks about discontinuing operations. 25 interim financial statements. And 26 they will discuss intangibles. 27 they will discuss investments in joint ventures. 28 impairments. 29 provisions, contingent assets and contingent liabilities. I have not explained anything, I have just listed the chapters. Okay, so fine. So as discussed in the last class, we have seen enough. We cannot follow old balance sheet format whatever we have learned in your CA foundation or your intermediate. Correct. Old balance sheet format means what? We will prepare balance sheet like this. Balance sheet of, for example, if it is company, I have to write like this, ABC Limited, and some date we will write as on 31st March, for example 21. If you are preparing, this is the date we have to write. If it is balance sheet, we all know that we will write liabilities here, amount, assets, amount. Correct. Like this we will prepare balance sheet as per your knowledge. But the thing is, what the Companies Act is saying is, you cannot follow this old format. You cannot follow the old format what you have learned in your foundation. Now they have introduced new format for the preparation of financial statements. I have also explained that this new format is given in Schedule 3 to the Companies Act 2013. New schedule, new format they have given in which act? Companies Act only they have given. That too in which schedule they have given? Schedule 3 to the Companies Act 2013 they have given. Okay, so let us discuss the format for this Schedule 3 Companies Act 2013. Okay, so now write along with me. Keep the heading format of balance sheet and statement of profit and loss. Write the third point. Write the third point and keep the heading format of balance sheet and profit and loss account. format of balance sheet and profit and loss account. Okay, this format is given in division 1 to the schedule 3 to the Companies Act 2013. Just right here, division 1 of schedule 3 to the Companies Act 2013. Okay, write the next point. If for companies to which accounting standards are applicable, this format should be followed. This format should be followed. Okay. So you have to understand one more thing, that CA inter syllabus consists of only accounting standards. Only accounting standards our CA inter syllabus is having, and at CA final what we will be learning is, we will be learning at CA final something which is called as Ind AS. Ind AS is not at all there in our syllabus, so we will not discuss at CA inter, but you have to understand that there are some advanced version of these ASs also which are practically followed. Practically we are following this Ind AS also, and we are following this AS also. This Ind AS is applicable for big companies. Big companies means, for example, listed companies. Listed companies means, see, some types of companies are called as listed companies. Listed companies means if you want those companies' shares, you can purchase from stock exchanges. More details of this listed company you will understand in your law in Companies Act. Listed company means very simple. For example, if there is one company which is Jio Limited, if I want, I can purchase Jio Limited shares. If it is normal private company, I cannot purchase those shares. Jio Limited, or for example Reliance Limited, Tata Limited, I can purchase these shares according to my wish, because these shares are normally traded in market. Market means financial markets, stock markets. Okay, more about this you will slowly understand. అంటే నార్మల్గా మీరు ఒక ఐటమ్ ఎలా పర్చేస్ చేస్తారు, ఈ కంపెనీ షేర్స్ కూడా అలానే మీకు దొరికేస్తాయి. అలా దొరుకుతున్నాయి అంటే దోస్ కంపెనీస్ ఆర్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ లిస్టెడ్ కంపెనీస్. ఓకే, సో if you are a big company, if you are listed companies and all, for you these accounting standards are not applicable because you are very advanced. Therefore for you advanced accounting standards are only applicable. Just remember this much. At your CA inter what we are going to learn, accounting standards. At CA final what we are going to learn, Indian accounting standards, Ind AS. Okay, see here the name is Indian accounting standards. That doesn't mean it is only followed in India. It is also followed in India. It is also followed in India. This is only applicable for big companies. For other companies and partnership firms, for example, this ASs are applicable, which means what? You have to learn both. You have to learn both, because after qualifying your CA inter, you have to do articles. If you are doing articles, most of your clients will be small partnership firms and normal companies only you will have. For all those companies, what are applicable? Accounting standards are only applicable. But after qualifying CA final, you will join into big companies. At that time, you should remember Ind AS. Here only you have to understand balance sheet format and profit and loss account format. They will give for both AS also, for Ind AS also. For both. If you are following accounting standards, you have to follow this format which is given in Division 1 of Schedule 3. If you are following Ind AS, you have to follow Division 2. Another format is given, that is given in Division 2 of same schedule they have given. Okay, you no need to remember this thing, but just get an idea that Ind AS is not applicable for your syllabus. And also remember, Ind AS is only applicable for which companies? Listed companies. Ind AS is only applicable for listed companies. Other companies are also covered, but what are those exact companies and all we will learn in CA final. Here what you have to remember, our syllabus only consists of accounting standards, and if you are a company for which accounting standards is applicable, your format is given where? Division 1 of Schedule 3 to the Companies Act 2013. This is the only thing which you have to remember. Forget about that Ind AS. Just remember Ind AS is not there in your syllabus. For us, only AS is applicable, and where the format is given? Division 1 of Schedule 3 to the Companies Act 2013. Okay, in that, let us start with balance sheet first. So keep the heading in this 3. We can write 3A, format of balance sheet. Format of balance sheet. Okay. Here what we'll be writing is prepare the balance sheet along with me. Please copy the figures. Here I have to write balance sheet of so and so company. If it is ABC Limited, I have to write ABC Limited. If it is XYZ Limited, I have to write XYZ Limited. As on date, I have to write 31st March X6. If it is 25, I have to write 25. If it is 26, I have to write 26. 27, I have to write 27. Okay. So draw along with me. You have to prepare balance sheet in this format. We have to prepare. So balance sheet of so and so company as on 31st March so and so. Okay. First, we have to start with particulars. Next, we have to write notes. Here, please write current year, previous year. Current year figures also we have to write, previous year figures also we have to write, because I have said that in order to ensure comparison, you should never prepare financial statements only for single year. What you have to also do, you have to also do the financials for the previous year also. Okay, this you will do only if they have given information in the question. For 14 marks question, usually what they will do, they will only give information for the current year, therefore we will ignore this previous year. But normally, practically every company have to prepare its financials for the corresponding comparative year also it have to prepare. Okay, fine. So particulars, notes, current year, previous year. So first our balance sheet will start with equity and liabilities. Equity and liabilities. Equity and liabilities. See, I have already explained little information about the difference between equity and liability. Liability means outsiders funds. Equity means owners funds. Another thing is also there, liability is nothing but obligation to pay the cash. What is the meaning of liability? Obligation to pay the cash. Equity means what? You don't have any obligation to pay the cash. Okay, see, if you are a company, in your books of accounts, assume there is one creditor. Creditor balance, assume 5 lakh rupees is there. Are you having obligation to pay this 5 lakh rupees or not? You are having an obligation, therefore this creditor will become liability. Similarly, bank loan, 10 lakhs is there in your balance sheet. Tell me, are you having contractual obligation to pay this cash or not? Yes, therefore this bank loan also will become your liability. If you observe equity share capital, the company, if it is having funds, it will pay to equity. There is no obligation to compulsory pay the funds to equity, because assume the company is not performing well, so it have decided to wound up. Equity shareholders will not receive the cash first. First cash should be paid to all outsiders. After that, still if the company is having funds, then only these equity shareholders will receive the amount. Which means what? The difference is, liabilities means whether the company is having funds or not, it have to repay. Therefore, it is called as outsider fund, and this liability should be shown as separately. Next item is what? Equity. This equity refers to which funds? Owners' funds. This equity refers to owners' funds. So, accounting standards want you to make the distinction between equity and liabilities. In this equity and liabilities, first one what we have to write is, you can write here A, shareholders' funds. Shareholders' funds. In that, write the first one, share capital, next one, reserves and surplus, share capital, reserves and surplus. One more item is there, which is nothing but money received against share warrants. Money issued against share warrants. Okay, see, we will not by heart this balance sheet format. But definitely we have to understand, because in exam we have to follow this format only. Okay, we are having one separate chapter which is nothing but preparation of financial statements. 14 marks question they are generally asking from this in alternate attempts. In this attempt, you will properly draw the balance sheet as per this format, correct? But we will not start with this chapter, because if you want to start with this chapter, you should have already understood some accounting standards. So what we will be doing, we will not be solving this chapter first we will learn some accounting standards. Then after that, first we will learn the format for the financial statements. Then we will learn some small standards, and once those standards are also completed, then we will mix both and we will solve that chapter. Okay, there is no need for you to by heart this chapter completely, but what you can do is you can just study once. Okay, see, first it will start with shareholders funds. In shareholders funds, what is the first item? We have to write share capital. See, it is very simple. If it is sole proprietorship, what I will write? I will only write capital. If it is partnership, what I have to write? I have to write partners capital if it is partnership. If it is company, I have to write share capital. Correct. Second item is what? Reserves and surplus. This reserves and surplus is nothing but, for example, company may contain so many reserves. One type of reserve is free reserves, general reserves, securities premium, Securities premium also company will prepare. Next, revaluation reserve. These are multiple reserves which the company will get. Correct. Retained earnings is also there. All these are nothing but these are types of reserves and surplus. Whatever it is, whether it is revaluation reserve, whether it is securities premium, whether it is free reserves, whether it is general reserve, everything is available to which person? Shareholder. Therefore, reserves and surplus also will be appearing in shareholders' funds only. What is the third item? Money received against share warrants. Generally, we will not write any amount here. But let us understand what is the meaning of money received against share warrants. Okay, see. Assume you are having 1 lakh rupees. You are an investor, you are having 1 lakh rupees. Company is actually issuing 10,000 shares of 10 each. Company is issuing 10,000 shares of 10 each. Now, assume you have paid 1 lakh rupees to the company. And assume the shares are already given by the company to you. Shares are issued by the company to you. So, in this case, what is the journal entry which the company will pass? Tell me. Company will receive the cash from investor. Correct. Which means company will write bank account debit to amount will be transferred to equity share capital account. Correct. If the company have already issued the shares, that amount will be transferred to share capital account. But there is an alternative to issue these shares. If company wants, the company can issue share warrants. Sir, what is the meaning of share warrants? Share warrants is nothing but it is just like an option. Company have not issued the shares, but company have given an option to, for example, now I am not purchasing shares. I have decided to purchase share warrants. And this time what the entry company will pass is, company will write bank account debit because the company have received 1 lakh rupees. 2, still now the company have not issued shares, therefore I cannot write equity share capital. Therefore, I have to show that amount here. In money received against share warrants. The reason is very simple. Sir, why the company will issue share warrants? Because the company wants to issue shares in the future. If the company is issuing now, instead of this, what I will write? I will write share capital. But I know that I will not be issuing shares now. But in future, I will definitely issue the shares. Therefore, what I have to write? I have to temporarily keep that amount in money received against share warrants. Later, if I issue shares, I have to transfer this amount to share capital. But temporarily, I will keep my amount in this account. Okay? Money received against share warrants, but practically no amount will be coming in our exam perspective. But practically, companies may use this column also. Okay? So you have to write in current year also, previous year also. So just write amounts figures. Okay. Fine. One more item is there, which is nothing but share application money. Pending allotment. Share application money pending allotment. Try to understand this. Share application money pending allotment. I think in your foundation we are already having company accounts. Correct? With your knowledge you can easily understand what they are saying here. Share application money pending allotment. Try to understand what is this. See. Money received but shares are not issued. Correct? Temporary time is then. See, it is not possible that if the company is raising funds right now, ఈ రోజే వాళ్ళు అమౌంట్ రిసీవ్ చేసుకొని ఈరోజే షేర్స్ ఇచ్చారు, టైం ఉంటుంది కదా. సో దట్ టెంపరరీ టైమ్ దే విల్ నాట్ ట్రాన్స్ఫర్ దట్ అమౌంట్ టు షేర్ క్యాపిటల్. దే విల్ రిసీవ్ ద క్యాష్, విచ్ మీన్స్ దే హ్యావ్ టు పాస్ ద ఎంట్రీ బ్యాంక్ అకౌంట్ డెబిట్. This they have to pass. But credit they cannot write equity share capital because they have not issued shares. Temporarily they have to keep that amount in share application money pending allotment. Once the allotment is completed, from this account where they will transfer the money, share capital they will transfer the money. Okay, simple. Equity and liabilities. First we have to understand equity funds. Equity, two items will be there. Shareholders funds. This is also shareholders fund only, but temporarily it will be there in separate account. Correct? How many items are there in shareholders funds? 3 items. First one, share capital. Second, reserves and surplus. Third one, money received against share warrants. Correct? Whatever we are discussing now is nothing but format of balance sheet, because till now we have prepared balance sheet in a horizontal format. Correct? Liabilities amount, assets amount, but Companies Act is not allowing that format to follow. Companies Act you have to follow this, and this format is called as vertical format. This format is called as vertical format. T-shaped balance sheet is not allowed now. So what we are understanding, first our balance sheet will start with equity and liabilities. In that, first we will write shareholders funds. Next we will write share application money pending allotment. Okay. Next thing, let us write liabilities section. So after this we have to write liabilities part. So 2 liabilities. Okay. In this liabilities, we are having, basically these liabilities are divided into 2 types. First one is non-current liabilities. Second one is current liabilities. First one is what? Non-current. Second one is current. What is the meaning of non-current liabilities? And what is the meaning of current liabilities? Non-current liabilities means what? Long term. What is the meaning of long term? More than 12 months also you can say, but the standard actually says something which is called as operating cycle. You can remember, okay fine, 12 months is fine, but you have to understand one extra thing also. But not only this 12 months, we have to check actually something which is known as operating cycle. Sir, what is the meaning of this operating cycle? For example, assume you are selling some goods. Assume you are selling some goods. From the day you have sold the goods, till the date you receive the cash. From the day you have sold the goods till the date you receive cash from your debtors. Whatever the period which is there, that period will be called as operating cycle. More about this operating cycle we will learn in your financial management subject. Okay, what exactly is this operating cycle, how it should be calculated, and all we will slowly learn in your financial management subject. But as of now, you can remember non-current liabilities means more than 12 months. Non-current liabilities means more than 12 months. Current liabilities means less than 12 months. Current liabilities means less than or equal to 12 months. Exactly, if it is 12 months also, it can call as current liability. If it is more than 12, you have to call that item as non-current liabilities. Okay, fine. You can remember for exam perspective 12 months, but ideally you have to check something which is called as operating cycle. I will give you one note after completion of this, but let us write liabilities. In that, let us start with non-current liabilities. Liabilities, in that non-current liabilities. In that, the first item is, long-term borrowings. In that, the first item long-term borrowings. Second, deferred tax assets. This is completely new to you. Deferred tax assets. Deferred tax liabilities. Deferred tax liabilities in bracket net. Third one, other. Third one, other long-term liabilities. And fourth, provisions. And fourth, provisions. These are the items which will be appearing in your liabilities, non-current liability section. How many non-current liabilities we are having? 4 non-current liabilities we are having. What is the first one? Long-term borrowings. Second one, deferred tax. This is completely new to you, deferred tax liabilities. Third one, other long-term liabilities. Fourth one, provisions. Fourth one, provisions. For example, the company is having 15% debentures. The company is having 15% debentures. Maturity is 5 years. Maturity is 5 years. We all know that these debentures are nothing but what? Borrowings. These debentures are nothing but what? Borrowings. So if there are any 15% debentures and if the repayment is more than 12 months, you have to classify that item in non-current liability section. And moreover, to be more precise, I have to write in this long-term borrowings. In this long-term borrowings, I have to write 15% debentures. For example, assume the company is having bank loan. Bank loan is there. It is having a bank loan of 50 crores. 50 crores, 10 years is the repayment period, which means that item also will be falling in non-current liabilities, long-term borrowings. This deferred tax liabilities is there. Now you will not understand more about this. Other long-term liabilities provision. See, what you have to understand is for each of the item, they have given one separate standard. For each of the item they have given one separate standard. See, that you will understand after completion of assets portion also. But first let us complete the balance sheet format, then I will explain what is the meaning of each item is linked with one standard. Okay. After completion of non-current liabilities, we have to write current liabilities. So keep the heading for current liabilities. Okay, in that current liabilities, first I have to write short-term borrowings. Short-term borrowings. First we have to write short-term borrowings. Next one, trade payables. Trade payables we have to write. This trade payables, here place is not there, you can continue in the next line only. You please continue in the next line. Trade payables, what I have to write is I have to write how much is due to MSMEs. How much is due to MSMEs and how much is due to non-MSMEs, I have to give the breakup. MSME means micro, small, medium enterprises. Okay, how much amount of my trade payables is due to MSMEs and due to non-MSMEs, I have to give the breakup of those two items. Okay, this you have to understand. Trade payables, these two you have to bifurcate. And third item, other current liabilities. Third item, other current liabilities, and last one, short-term provisions. Third item, short-term provisions. Just keep amounts column for all these items. Amounts column you have to keep for all these items. Similarly here also. Okay. Our liability side is completed. After completion of liability side total, we have to take the totals. We have to write here total, equity and liabilities. Total, equity and liabilities you have to take. Inga repu nunchi vacham anko class ki. Total, equity and liabilities we have to write here. Liability side we have completed. Now we have to move to assets. Liability side is completed. Now we have to move to assets. So next keep the heading assets. Next keep the heading assets. But before that, please check whatever the items which I have written in equity and liabilities. Okay, just go through all the items. First we will start with shareholders funds. In that, what all the items which are there? Liabilities, non-current liabilities, 4 non-current liabilities. Current liabilities we are having another 4. So just to check all these items once. Then we will start with asset side also. Okay, so now let us start with assets also. Assets also of two types. First let us write non-current assets. First let us write non-current assets. In these non-current assets, we have to write PPE. We have to write PPE. PPE is nothing but property, plant and equipment, which means whatever the fixed assets which we know, everything will comes here. PPE, property, plant and equipment. Fixed assets means what? Furniture, next buildings, machinery, plant, all these items will appear in this PPE section. Okay, so after this PPE, see, generally this PPE means we have to write tangible items. Those PPE which are tangibles we will write in first section. Those items which are PPE we will write in first section, tangibles. Second we will write intangibles. Second we will write intangibles. Intangible assets we have to write here in this non-current asset section. Intangible assets mean, for example, software, trademarks, copyrights. Those assets we cannot touch, we cannot see. So those intangibles also, if they are non-current, we have to classify here. If it is tangible, we have to write here. Okay. Third item. Third item, capital work in progress. Capital work in progress. And fourth item, intangibles under development. Intangibles under development is the fourth item. Third item is capital work in progress. First item PP tangibles, second item intangibles. Okay, that's it. Let us understand what items will come here. Capital work in progress and what items will come here, intangibles under development. See, it is very simple point. PP means those items which are ready to use. If any asset is ready to use, you can classify that item in this PP. For example, one machinery you have purchased. You have completed all its installation. Everything is ready. So now I will write the entry machinery account debit to bank. Assume I have made the payment in cash. So this is the entry which I have to write. Now this machinery account will come and sit in property, plant and equipment because it is ready to use. Because it is ready to use. Second case, I am constructing one building. And I know that this building will take 3 years to complete the construction. But every year I have to prepare my financial statements, correct? I cannot say that after completion of this building only I will prepare financials. I cannot say that, which means what? After completion of 1 year, tell me, is my building ready to use or it is still under construction? Still it is under construction. So since it is under construction, I have to write this building in capital work in progress. But assume 3 years are completed. Now my building is ready, but my amount is there, not here. My amount is there in this capital work in progress. So what I have to do, once the asset is ready, I will transfer amount from this to tangibles. Correct? If your asset is ready, write here only. If your asset is not ready, write here. But definitely one day your asset will become ready. So at that day what you have to do, transfer this to PPE. Correct? Simple. Same case with intangibles also. For example, you are developing one software. If that software is already ready to use, you can write here intangibles. But if it is not to use, still you are developing, you have to write here. Once the software is developed, I have to transfer the amount from this to intangibles. Correct? 4 items will be there in your non-current assets. What is the first one? PPE, tangibles. Next, intangibles, capital work in progress. Next one, intangibles under development. Okay, fine. Non-current assets, PPE, all these points we have seen. Okay, next one. Let us write 5th point also. Non-current investments. Non-current investments. Sixth. After non-current investments, you have to write deferred tax assets. This also net we have to write deferred tax assets also. Next, long-term loans and advances. Long-term loans and advances, and last one, others. Last one, others. Okay, in these non-current assets, first we have to write 4 items. What are those 4 items? First we will write PPE, tangible PPE we will write. Next we will write intangibles. Next, capital work in progress. After that, intangibles under development. After that, what I have to write? Non-current investments. Same. Non-current means what? If you are holding any asset for more than 12 months, it will become non-current. For example, assume you have made an investment in fixed deposit. You have made an investment in fixed deposit. For example, 5 years period. 5 years period is there, which means you will not take money before 5 years, you will not take the money. Assume you have invested 10 lakh rupees. Can you tell me what is the journal entry which I have to pass? I am a person who is making investment in fixed deposit of how much? 10 lakhs. Till 5 years, before 5 years, I cannot withdraw this 5 lakh rupees. So think and tell me what is the journal entry? Simple. This 10 lakh is what? Investment. Which means it will appear as my assets. It is not my expense. Correct? It is an investment because in future I will receive interest also. And at the end of year 5, what I will receive? I will receive redemption. Redemption amount also I will get. Correct? Which means what? This FD is an investment. Therefore, what is the entry which I have to pass? Investment in ఫిక్స్డ్ డిపాజిట్, మీకు నచ్చిన నేమ్ పెట్టుకోవచ్చు, ఫిక్స్డ్ డిపాజిట్ అకౌంట్ అయినా పెట్టుకోవచ్చు, ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ఇన్ ఎఫ్డి అయినా పెట్టుకోవచ్చు, ఎనీథింగ్. అకౌంట్ డెబిట్ టు వాట్ ఐ హ్యావ్ టు రైట్? Bank, because now you are paying, correct? So investment in FD account debit to bank account. How much amount I have to write? 10 lakhs. Simple. This is an example of non-current investment. For example, with this same 10 lakhs, you are not doing investment in FD, you are purchasing equity shares. You are purchasing equity shares of Reliance. Now tell me what is the entry which we have to pass? Same, investment in equity shares of Reliance. Investment in equity shares of Reliance Limited to bank. Reliance Limited will issue shares. Reliance Limited will issue shares, which means what is the entry Reliance Limited will pass? Bank account debit to equity share capital. But here I am talking about investor. What investor will do? He will invest the amount, correct? So this is an example of non-current investments. Another thing, if you are purchasing debentures, what is the entry which you will write? Same, debentures is also investment, because every year you will get interest, and at the end of year 5 or year 3 or year 10, what you will get? Redemption, principal amount also you will get, which means it is also an investment. So what is the entry which I have to write? Investment in debentures account debit to bank. But if you are a company, which entry you will pass? While issuing debentures, you will receive cash, so bank account debit to debentures. If it is 10%, 10% debentures. If it is 12% debentures, like this we have to write, correct? Simple. So whatever it is, if it is an investment, and if you are holding that investment for more than 12 months, it will become your non-current investments. Deferred tax assets, I will not explain now. Deferred tax asset is a typical concept which it will take 2 to 3 hours to understand, so we will not cover deferred tax enough. Next one is long-term loans and advances. What is the next one? Long-term loans and advances. Simple. You see, loans and advances means these are loans and advances given. If you have taken, that will come under liabilities. Now I am talking about long-term loans and advances given. If you have given any loan and if the period is more than 3 years, it will become long-term loans and advances. Correct? Others, what we will write? For example, you have paid prepaid rent. You have paid prepaid rent for 5 years. ఇలా ఎవడు పే చేయడు, but just example అంతే. Okay, 5 years rent you have paid. Tell me, this 5 years rent is an asset. This 5 years rent, prepaid rent is an asset. This is not only related to 12 months. Correct? If it is related to 12 months, I will classify this as current asset. But since it is related to more than 12 months, it will be called as non-current asset. Others, I will write that amount. Correct? It is very simple. Non-current assets, PPE, intangibles, capital work in progress, intangibles under development, non-current investments, deferred tax assets, long-term loans and advances, and last one, others. Okay, so just go through all the above items also. Equity and share capital, equity and liabilities also please check, and this assets portion also. Non-current assets we are completed, so please just check once. Okay, no need to by heart. Once again I am saying, you can easily remember because we will solve too many problems, then you can easily understand, but just check these items. So after non-current assets, let us start with current assets. Let us start with current assets. In that current assets, first item we can write current investments. Okay. Current investments means I have said correct 6 months or 5 months if you are paying any advances, that will be coming in current investments. Second, most important current asset is inventory. Most important current asset is inventories. Inventories. Third one, trade receivables. Trade receivables is also your current asset. Next, cash and cash equivalents. Cash and cash equivalents also will come here. Fifth, short-term loans and advances. And sixth, others. Sixth, others. Okay. Everywhere you have to write amounts. For current assets also you have to write amounts. And finally we have to take the total. Finally we have to take the total. Total of assets. Total of assets. Total of assets should match with your total of equity and liabilities. That is fundamentals, that won't change. Just we have changed the format. Correct? Whatever we are writing in horizontal format, now we have written everything in vertical format. This is the new format which you have to follow while preparing financial statements of companies. Okay? If you are a company for which accounting standards are applicable, then the format is given where division 1 of schedule 3. Just remember, if you are a company but you are very big company, you are listed company or very huge company, for you assume AS is not applicable. Then for you which will be applicable? Ind AS will be applicable. This Ind AS will be learned in your CA final. So don't worry about this. Sir, if any company is following Ind AS, it have to follow another balance sheet. Just like how you are learning a new balance sheet format now, you will also learn at your CA final level which balance sheet we have to learn. Sir, మరి అదే నేర్పించచ్చు కదా అంటే, because practically both are followed. Some entities will follow accounting standards, some entities will follow Indian accounting standards. First మనకి అడ్వాన్స్డ్ అర్థం కావాలంటే బేసిక్ అర్థం కావాలి కదా. Correct? So first we will learn this basic. Practically many partnership firms, small companies and some big companies also, but not too much big. Some big companies also will follow accounting standards, but if you are very big company, listed companies, then for you what is applicable? Ind AS is applicable. Okay, this is the format for balance sheet. So please go through this entire balance sheet for 1 minute, then we will start with profit and loss account format also. You will not get complete clarity right now. No need to mug this format also, because we will solve some 10 to 15 questions in that preparation of financial statements chapter. We will write the balance sheet. Okay, so at that time easily you can practice. And one more thing, since we have written all these items in your question, there is no guarantee that everything will contain amount. For example, this they will not give mostly. Intangibles under development also they won't give. Deferred tax assets also mostly they won't give, but they can give because this is there in your syllabus. Correct? If you check this liability side, this one they will not give generally. Share application money pending allotment also they will not give generally, which means what? Just because there is an item in the balance sheet doesn't mean every time we have to write amount there. In the question if they have given, we will copy, otherwise we will ignore. Okay, so just check the balance sheet format for 1 minute, then we will start with profit and loss. We will try to complete the profit and loss format also. It is little bit big, but we will try to complete. But check the assets. If you are fine, keep the heading statement of profit and loss account. Statement of profit and loss. Statement of profit and loss. See, earlier we have to write this as profit and loss account, because there we will prepare in an account format. We will write debit also, we will write credit also. Moreover, in a T-shaped format we are preparing. Therefore we have used the name called P&L account. But here we are not preparing an account. We are preparing just like how you have prepared the balance sheet. In a statement format we will prepare. So that is the reason now we have to call that item as statement of profit and loss. Okay. Again say draw the table, draw the format, try to draw in fresh page because it is little bigger. So statement of profit and loss. We have to write like this: statement of profit and loss of so and so company for the year ended dash dash dash, for the year ended dash dash dash. Okay. See, we have to understand balance sheet will be prepared on certain date. Certain date we have to prepare. But profit and loss we will prepare for certain period. So that is the reason if you observe we will write balance sheet as on one particular date we will write. But profit and loss we will prepare for full period. For example, it can be 1 year or it can be 3 months or it can be 6 months. But whatever it is, profit and loss we will prepare for certain period. Therefore, during that period, how many sales you are making, how many purchases you are making, you have to consider those items. But balance sheet, we will not prepare balance sheet for total period. We will prepare balance sheet as on particular date. On this date, how much my capital is there. On this date, how much my creditors are there. On this date, how much my liabilities are there. Like that we will prepare. So here what I have to write for the year ended. But balance sheet what I will write as on. Which means particular date we will prepare balance sheet, but particular period we will prepare profit and loss account. Okay, so let us write. Here also we have to start with particulars. Particulars, notes, current year figures and then previous year figures. Current year figures, previous year figures. See, here I have given notes. The purpose of this notes is very simple. If you check the balance sheet, this item we can check, PPE. It is not necessary a company will have only one PPE. If you check big companies, they will have some thousands of buildings, lakhs of machineries they will have. Similarly, thousands of furniture, thousands of equipments they will have. In the balance sheet, I will only write the total figure. Summary I will present. But investors want to understand how many buildings exactly are having, how many machineries exactly is having, how many plant and machineries are there, how many furniture is there. That information should be needed by the shareholder. So what they will do, in the balance sheet they will write the summary amount, but in notes they will give you detailed breakup. How many buildings are there, building 1, building 2, where it is located, what is the cost. Similarly, we have to present it for every item. That disclosure will be given in notes. Because if they do everything in the balance sheet, it will become very clumsy. అలా అన్నీ ఒకే బ్యాలెన్స్ షీట్లో చేశాడు అనుకోండి, బ్యాలెన్స్ షీట్ ఒకటే 150 పేజెస్ వస్తుంది. అప్పుడు వాడు అసెట్స్లో ఎంత ఉందో, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ షేర్ క్యాపిటల్ ఎంత ఉందో చూసుకుంటాడు, మళ్ళీ అసెట్స్ అన్నీ కంప్లీట్ అయ్యేసరికి షేర్ క్యాపిటల్ అమౌంట్ మర్చిపోతాడు. Correct? It should not be like that. Everything should be presented in a single paper. Then if you need breakup, they will give in notes. Similarly, we have to follow even for this profit and loss account also. Okay. So tell me ultimately, what is our main objective of preparing this profit and loss account? To find out whether you are getting profit or loss. How you will find out? What is the process of finding this profit and loss? Simple. What we have to do, we will calculate incomes. Incomes means we will write a sales. Those items we have to write minus what I have to write, purchases and other expenses. If you do, you will get profit. That is the core objective. But presentation we will do differently. Correct? Sir, how we will do the presentation differently? Let us understand. Okay. Write the first item. First item, we will start with revenue from operations. Revenue from operations. You have to give 2 years figures, current year also, previous year also figures you have to give. Revenue from operations. Revenue from operations is nothing but whatever the core business which the entity is doing. For example, if you are a manufacturing business, your core business is what? You will manufacture and you will sell. So whatever the sales you are getting, that will become your core business. Correct? So that item I will write in revenue from operations. For example, assume you are a software company. Assume you are a software company. Your core business is what? To provide software services. So whatever the billing which you are doing to your customers, that amount I will write here. If you are a clothing business, if you are doing clothing business, whatever the amount which you got from selling those items, write in revenue from operations. Correct? See, all entities will definitely have their core operations. So those core operations amount will definitely come and sit in this revenue from operations. But it is also possible that one entity is having too much amount of surplus. Let us assume it is having some 1 crore rupee of surplus. It will not keep this 1 crore rupees idle. It will invest somewhere. Let us assume it have invested in fixed deposit. And assume it is getting 10% return. If it is getting 10% return every year, how much it will receive? 1 crore into 10%, if you do, you will get 10 lakh rupees every year. This is your income. But this is not your core business. Your core business is some other thing. If you are manufacturing, you will sell. If you are doing software, you will provide services. Correct? Your core business is others. But this is what? Other income. This is what? Ancillary income. This is not main income. I cannot include my other income in this revenue from operations, because if I include here, investors will think that, okay, this company is performing very well. But this is not correct, because this other income is not the core operation. So what we have to do? Simply we have to separate those two items. Correct? So revenue from operations is the first item where every investor's main focus will go into. But after that, what is the next item which we have to focus? We have to focus other incomes. Other income also we have to write in current year also and previous year also. Revenue from operations and other income, that's it. Your credit side is done. Your credit side of your P&L account is completed. Only two items, other income, revenue from operations, that's it. So write A, total income. Total income section is done. Think your T-shaped P&L account. In credit side, what I will write? Sales I will write. Other incomes, those two are sorted here. Sales, other incomes ikkada rasam. Inka em untayi? Closing stock will be there. Correct. Closing stock I will not write here. If I will not write here, మై P&L అకౌంట్ విల్ బి రాంగ్. ఇక్కడ రాయాలంటే ఎక్కడో ఒక చోట రాయాలి కదా, అది మర్చిపోయాను అనుకోండి, మై P&L విల్ రాంగ్, మై ప్రాఫిట్ అండ్ లాస్ విల్ రాంగ్. కరెక్ట్. సో దట్ ఈస్ ద రీజన్. రిమెంబర్, క్లోజింగ్ స్టాక్ I will not write here. Closing stock I will not write here. Sir, one more alternate presentation is also there. See, for example, this is your P&L account. This is your P&L account. Assume you are having purchases of 10 lakhs, sales of 30, closing stock you are having, assume 5 lakh rupees. ఇవే ఉన్నాయి, ఇంక వేరే ఫిగర్స్ ఏం లేవు అనుకో. Now tell me, what is the profit? What is the profit? 25. 25 lakhs is your profit. Correct. Here tell me, what is my total of credit side? 35 is my total of credit. Here 30. ఇప్పుడు 35 అయిపోయింది కదా. Now understand, one way of presentation is what? Here I can write. One way of presentation, I can include this closing stock in credit. Another way of presentation is, if I want, instead of writing closing stock in credit side, I can reduce from my debit side. Both are correct. If you write in credit or if you reduce from debit, both will give you same. Sir, how both will give same? Sales 30. Purchases is how much? 10, but I will not write 10. I will write 10 minus 5. Closing stock normally I have to write here, but I will not write here. I will deduct from debit side, which means 10 minus 5. If I do, how much I will get? 5. Now tell me, what is your profit? 25 lakh is your profit. This is same. Your profit will not change. Presentation only will change. Correct. If any closing stock is there, remember, it will not be coming in your credit side, income side. Here there are no credit because it is statement. If it is account, we will write credit and debit. Here it is statement. Statement means what? I will just give you the details. How much profit, how much loss. I will just give you the data. That's it. So you have to remember, closing stock I will not write in income side. Correct. What I have to do? I have to reduce from my expenses. Okay. So fine. Income related details we have copied. Next we can write expenses related details. Okay. So next let us continue 3 expenses. In this expenses, what I will write is, first, cost of raw materials consumed. Cost of raw materials consumed I will write first. Cost of raw materials consumed I will write first. First of all, this is only applicable for manufacturing industries. You have to understand. This is only applicable for manufacturing industries. For example, assume I am doing clothing business. I will purchase cloth from outsiders. I will directly sell that cloth to outsiders. In this case, there is no raw material. Correct. I will purchase the cloth directly from one person and I will sell to other person. I will keep my margin. That's it. In this case, there is no raw material. Another thing, I will purchase raw cloth from one person. I only will do the manufacturing. I only will select the colors. I only will do the stitching and all. If I do all these things and if I sell, this will become my manufacture, and in this case raw material will be there. Understand the difference between both. Correct. If I am trader, there is no raw material. If I am a trader, there will be no raw material. Raw material means why you will purchase raw material? We will purchase raw material. We will do some process. We will convert this raw material to finished goods. Then only we will sell. Correct. So this raw materials concept is only applicable for manufacturers. But here what I have written, cost of raw materials consumed. Here what I have written, cost of raw materials consumed. I will give you one example. You have to tell me how much raw material I have actually consumed. I am having some opening stock of my raw material. some opening stock of raw material I am having, assume it is 10,000 rupees. If you think logically, you will easily understand. Current year I have purchased some 1 lakh rupees. Current year I have purchased 1 lakh rupees of raw material. At the year end, I am having 20,000 stock still left. At the year end, I am having 20,000 still left. Opening balance is 10,000. I have purchased 1 lakh in the current year. Think and carefully tell me how much raw material I have consumed in the previous year. How much raw mat I have consumed in the previous year? How much? Have you got 90? Opening plus purchase. This will give me total raw materials minus some stock is left, which means I have not used this 20, which means how much I have actually used? 90. This is your raw material consumed. If you imagine T-shaped P&L account, I will write opening stock 10, purchases 1 lakh, closing stock 20. Now what is the closing figure? Difference 90. That is your raw material consumed. But here I will not write this closing stock here. I will not write closing stock in credit side. What I will do? I will deduct from here. Here I will not write. I will reduce from debit side, which means here what I have to write is cost of raw materials consumed. We have to write opening stock plus purchases. No need to by heart anything. It is completely logical. Minus closing stock. This is applicable for manufacturing industries. This is applicable for manufacturing industries. Okay. Other points are also there. But what we'll be doing is we will be discussing in next class. Okay. So today we have completed the balance sheet format. Initial classes I have not explained much. I have only explained about the paper pattern and what are the syllabus I have explained. That's it. Okay. I will try to release that in YouTube by today evening itself, so you can check that video. And then this balance sheet format is the important thing. From here only our syllabus have started. From today only our syllabus have started from this. Okay. So please check this. Okay. So in last class we have started with format of balance sheet. We have completed that balance sheet and we have also started with profit and loss account also. We will complete the balance part of profit and loss account and then we'll start with the next part. Okay. But before that, where the format of balance sheet and profit and loss account are given? They are given in Division 1 of Schedule 3 to the Companies Act 2013. I have also said that this format is applicable for those companies for which accounting standards are applicable. Some big companies are also there. For example, listed companies, for those accounting standards are not applicable. What is applicable for them? Indian accounting standards. Just remember, there are some companies for which Ind AS is applicable. Sir, what are those companies? Not required. What are those companies not required? What is this Ind AS not required in your inter level? Those will be discussed at final level. Okay. So our whole syllabus in advanced accounting is only accounting standards. So just remember, for some companies Ind AS is applicable. What are those companies not required? But which companies AS is applicable, we will study. In today's class only we will complete that part. Okay. If you are a company for which Ind AS is applicable, for you, the formats are given in Division 2 of Schedule 3. Correct? If you are accounting standard compliant company, format is given in Division 1 of Schedule 3. But if you are an Ind AS company, format is given where? Division 2 of Schedule 3. There also they will give different format. Entire balance sheet will be different. Entire P&L account will be different. But that is not our discussion, so we will not do that. Okay. So if for companies to which accounting standards are applicable, this format we have to follow. First we have to write balance sheet of so and so company as on date I have to write. Particulars, notes, 2 figures we have to write. Current year figures also, along with current year figures we also have to write previous year figures also. Just to ensure comparison, this previous year figures also we have to give. Our balance sheet will start with which item? Equity and liabilities. In that equity and liabilities, what is the first item we have to write? Shareholders funds. We have already discussed this. If you are a sole proprietorship, your balance sheet will start with capital. If you are partnership firm, it will start with partners capital. Since it is company, we have to start with share capital. Second item is what? Reserves and surplus. This reserves and surplus consist of retained earnings, free reserves, securities premium, general reserve. All these reserves will be contained in this column. What is the third item? Money received against share warrants. I have already said that this is nothing but in future if the company wants to issue shares, currently they will issue warrants. Later what they can do, using that warrant you can purchase the shares. So till you have purchased the shares, that amount will be there in this column only. But once you purchase the shares, from this amount will be transferred to share capital. Amount will be transferred to share capital. What is this item? Share application money pending allotment. This is also same situation. If you make application money payment, immediately you will not be given shares. Some time is there. So till that time, for the temporary period, that amount we have to write here. Again same logic. Once you have received the shares, amount will be transferred from this account to equity share capital. Okay, that is the concept. If you are issuing shares, amount will be transferred here. But till the time, if you are issuing warrants, amount will be written here. If it is application money, we have to write here. Okay, just it is shown as a separate disclosure. That's it. Next, we have to start our amount with, after completion of equity, what is the next item which we have to start? Liabilities we have to start. In that liabilities, two items, non-current liabilities and current liabilities. Non-current liabilities means what? Generally, if the period is more than 12 months, if you are expected to settle any liability for a period of more than 12 months, that will become your non-current liabilities. If it is up to 12 months, less than or equal to 12 months, it is called as current liabilities. In non-current liabilities, how many non-current liabilities we are having? 4 non-current liabilities. What is the first one? Long-term borrowings. Second, deferred tax liabilities. This I have not explained because it is completely new item to you. Deferred tax liabilities, we are having a separate standard. We will cover there. Third one is what? Other long-term liabilities. Last one, provisions. Next, it will start with current liabilities. In that current liabilities, what is the first item? Short-term borrowings. Next, trade payables. This trade payables you have to show separately. How much amount is due to MSMEs and non-MSMEs? We just have to give the bifurcation. After that, what? Other current liabilities. Last one, short-term provisions. Then you have to take the total. This is your total liabilities and equity ka total. After that, we will start with assets. In this assets, simple, they are also divided into non-current assets and current assets. Non-current assets we are having, see, first one PPE tangibles. If those are ready to use, we will classify in PPE tangibles. Sir, but what if it is under construction? We will transfer here. We will write the amount in capital work in progress. Sir, if the asset is ready, then I will transfer from capital work in progress to PPE. Correct. Second item is what? Intangibles. Same. Intangibles also, if it is ready to use, I will classify here. But if it is under development, I will record here. Once it is ready to use, again I will transfer this to intangibles. Next item is what? Non-current investments. Next, deferred tax assets, long-term loans and advances, others. After completion of non-current assets, we have to move to current assets. In that current assets, what is the first item which will be there? Current investments, inventory, trade receivables, cash and cash equivalents, short-term loans and advances, then others. Finally, you will get your total assets. Again, I am saying no need to by heart this balance sheet, but just check the format. You have to write like this only. First, it will start with equity and liabilities, shareholders funds, then liabilities. Assets also same logic. First we have to start with non-current assets, then we have to start with current assets. Okay, fine. Next we have also started with statement of profit and loss also. Earlier we have written this item as profit and loss account, but now it is not an account. Now it is what? Statement. Therefore we will not write debit and credit in this statement. Normally we will start, what is the first item which we have to write? Revenue from operations. What is the core business of the entity? What is the main business of the entity? You have to disclose those revenue in this first line item. See, every item is called as line item. Each item is called as, this is called as revenue line item, other income line item, expenses line item. Like this, everything will be called as each line item. Line item ante em kaadu, just oka line and separate ga cheptadu ante. Okay. Revenue from operations, which means core business, we have to write current year figure along with previous year figures. Next, what we have to add? Other incomes. Other incomes means what? Temporarily I am having some surplus, so I have invested that surplus in somewhere. I have got interest amount, so that interest amount will be disclosed as other income. That interest amount will be disclosed as other income. Okay, fine. Then I will get the total income. Next, what I have to, income part is completed. Next, what I have to write? I have to write expenses part. In this expenses, what is the first item which I have to write? Cost of raw materials consumed. See, this P&L account is also, this P&L account is also nothing but this P&L account only, but we are presenting differently. Ultimately, your profit should be same. Whether you are following this or this statement, your profit should be same. What I have explained in the last class, if you remember this profit and loss account, I will write debit side opening stock, purchases, sales, closing stock. Correct? This closing stock I will not write in credit side. What I will write? I will write opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock in expenses side I will write. Opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock, here I will write in expenses side only. First, what we have written? Cost of raw materials consumed, and this is only applicable for which industries? Manufacturing industries. See, ప్రతి entity manufacturing చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. కొన్ని trading industries also possible, which means what? I will purchase some items from some persons and I will sell the same items to another persons by keeping my margin. Correct? This is also possible. So, sir, in case of trading industries, what we have to do? Let us understand. But before that, please check this format once again. Statement of profit and loss. What is the first item? What is the second item? Please check once. We will start with trading business, what they have to pass. Here I will write cost of raw materials consumed. This is applicable for manufacturing industries. For trading industries, there is no raw material. For trading industries, what will be there? They will be only having finished goods. Correct? For trading industries, here what I will write is, in the second line item, I will write purchases of finished goods. So you can also write along with me. Purchases of finished goods. Purchases of finished goods. In brackets you can write this is applicable for trading industries. This is applicable for trading industries. Okay. So carefully understand here. Here what I have written? Opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. Of which item? Raw materials. But here in case of finished goods, what I have written? Only purchases I have written. Understand the difference. Here what I have written? Raw materials, opening stock, purchases minus closing stock. Net entry I have passed here. But here what I have written? Only I have written purchases of finished goods. Only I have written purchases of finished goods, which means you have to imagine the same thing. You have to imagine the same P&L account. For example, assume this is T-shaped P&L account. You are trader. You are only trader, which means what? You don't have any raw materials. You don't have any raw materials. So what you have did is, finished goods opening stock is there. Finished goods opening stock, we all know that finished goods opening stock I will write in debit side. So to opening stock, assume the amount is 10,000. Assume the amount is 10,000. I have purchased in the current year some 60,000 rupees. Purchases. Sales I have made 50,000. Sales I have made 50,000. What is the difference? How much is the difference? Assume there is no profit. How much is the difference? 20. Yeah? So tell me, assume how much is the difference? Okay, for example, gross profit kuda తీసుకుందాం. Gross profit also assume this person is having 20,000. Profit also this person is having 20,000. Now tell me what is the differencing figure? 40. This 40,000 is nothing but closing stock. This 40,000 is nothing but what? Closing stock. Carefully understand. In case of finished goods, I have written only this purchases. In case of finished goods, only what I have written this purchases. See, this gross profit figure will be your total figure of profit. After making all adjustments, you will get this gross profit. Now forget about this gross profit for some time. Now, what I am trying to say is, in the finished goods, I have written only this purchases. So now what I have to do, I have to write one more column for opening stock minus closing stock. Because closing stock, I will not write it credit side. Correct? But in order to get the actual profit, what I have to write? I have to write changes in inventory. I have to write changes in inventory. See, if you observe, in case of raw materials, I have not written like that. Because I have adjusted in a single column. Single column only I have written opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. But here in case of finished goods, I have written only purchases. So next item what I have to do? I have to adjust stocks. I have to adjust stocks. So here what I will write? For example, changes in inventory. Changes in inventory of finished goods or WIP. Finished goods or WIP. WIP means work in progress. FG means finished goods. WIP means work in progress. WIP means work in progress. Changes in inventory means here only you can write, I have to write opening stock minus closing stock. Opening stock minus closing stock. Opening stock minus closing stock. See, it is not necessary I will always get positive figure here. Negative also can happen. If my closing stock is more, here what I have to write? Negative amount I have to write. Correct? If my closing stock is there, what I will write? I will write negative amount here. Understand what is this work in progress. Let us understand what is this work in progress. See, if you are a manufacturer, first what you will do? You will purchase some raw material. You will purchase some raw material. You will do some process. Then this raw material will become what? Finished goods. Correct? I have in my P&L account, I have written this raw material also, finished goods also. Is it possible in all the cases there are only these two items? అంటే మీరు చేస్తే పర్చేస్ స్టేజ్లో ఉండాలి రా మెటీరియల్, లేదంటే కంప్లీట్గా ఫినిష్డ్ గుడే ఉండాలి. ఈ టూ కాకుండా ఇంకో పాసిబిలిటీ ఏమైనా ఉందా? ప్రాసెస్లో ఉండొచ్చు. అంటే ఏంటి? నవ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ ఎ పర్ఫెక్ట్ రా మెటీరియల్, ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ ఫినిష్డ్ గుడ్ ఆల్సో. That will be called as work in progress. So here what I have to write in my P&L account, I also have to adjust work in progress also. Same thing, opening stock of WIP minus closing stock of WIP, which means what in your P&L account, raw material also we have to write, work in progress also we have to write, finished goods also we have to write. Correct? If it is raw material, In the first line item only I have written the adjustment. But for finished goods, second line item I have written purchases. Next I have written changes in inventory. Changes in inventory means both finished goods, work in progress, both will come. How I have to present opening stock minus closing stock I have to write. Okay. So next point. Next point. Next line item. Next line item is finance cost. Finance cost. What is the meaning of this finance cost? Interest. Simple. Assume you are assume you are a company, you have taken some loan, you will pay interest on that. That interest I have to write here. For finance cost, they have given a separate line item. Okay. Next point, E. Point number E. Depreciation and amortization. Depreciation and amortization. Okay. We all know that if any item is tangible, what we will charge? We will charge depreciation. If it is intangible, what we will charge? We will charge amortization. Okay. Next item. Next item. Employee benefit expenses. Employee benefit expenses. Employee benefit expenses. This also I have to write. Employee benefit expenses means, for example, salaries, wages, those expenses also I have to separately disclose. Employee benefit expenses. Okay. Last item. All other expenses. All other expenses. Balancing expenses. For example, assume you are having some printing expenses, stationery expenses, rent expense, miscellaneous expenses. You have incurred some canteen expenses. Correct? You have incurred some tea expense. Daily you have incurred for all your employees. That is not finance cost. That is not depreciation. Where I have to write that amount? Other expenses I have to write. It is residuary category. Residuary category means what? Any item which is not falling in above, we have to write in other expenses. Okay. If you observe P&L account, we have completed revenue side items, and here I have taken one total. This is called as total income. So now we have written all the expenses. So take the total for all the expenses also. In B point, let me take the total of all expenses. Let me take the total of all expenses. Okay. Total of all expenses we have to take. Next, let us write C, profit or loss. Profit or loss. Profit or loss. C. If I write A minus B, I will get profit. Correct? A contains total income, B contains total expense. If I deduct B from A, I will get profit. I will get profit or loss. Correct? So here you can write amounts also. Here you can write amounts also. But since it is company's P&L statement, what you have to remember is you have to even provide a detailed breakup of this profit and loss. It may be possible in your P&L account there may be some extraordinary item. there may be some extraordinary item. For example, one fire accident have happened. One fire accident have happened and there is a loss of 2 crore rupees. That is an exceptional item. That will not happen every year. Correct? If you remember partnership, there while calculating goodwill, we will take average profits. That average profits we will take after making some adjustments. Correct? Some extraordinary items, some exceptional items. Those amounts we will eliminate. Correct? So here what they will say, it may be possible that in your current year profit and loss account, in these expenses or in these incomes, some kind of exceptional incomes or extraordinary items may happen. So what we have to do, I have to separate those items, because it is very clear, you have to disclose to your investors that those incomes or expenses will not be repeated in future. అది చెప్పలేదు అనుకోండి, ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ ఏమనుకుంటారు, నా ప్రాఫిట్ ఎవ్రీ ఇయర్ ఇంత కంటిన్యూ అవుతుందేమో అని ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేస్తారు, విచ్ ఇస్ నాట్ కరెక్ట్. సో వాట్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు డూ, వీ హ్యావ్ టు సెపరేట్ దోస్ టూ ఐటమ్స్. Exceptional items also we have to separate and extraordinary items also we have to separate. Okay, so the name which they will give here is, this is profit or loss before, this is profit or loss before exceptional items, exceptional or extraordinary, comma pettandi, exceptional comma extraordinary items and tax. This is profit before tax also. This is profit before tax. This is profit before tax. See, we have to make one by one adjustment. Sir, one by one means what? Next line I will write exceptional items adjustment. Next line I will write exceptional items adjustment. For example, let us write first, then I will explain. Exceptional items I have to write plus or minus exceptional items. Sometimes it may happen at your income side, sometimes it may happen at your expense side. Accordingly you have to do the adjustment. No need to buy hard. If it is income we have to add, if it is expensive we have to deduct. Like that, not required. It is completely logical. Okay, plus or minus exceptional items I have to do. If any exceptional items I have made an adjustment, if any exceptional items I have made an adjustment, plus or minus exceptional items we have to make an adjustment. After making an adjustment for exceptional items, now tell me, my profit contains some extraordinary items and tax. Correct? So here what I have to write, here I will get profit or loss before extraordinary items and tax. Profit or loss before extraordinary items and tax. In the same manner we have to do adjustments for extraordinary items also. So let us write extraordinary items. It can also plus or minus, anything can happen. Extraordinary items. Plus or minus extraordinary items I have to do. Now think and tell me what I will get. Profit or loss before tax. Very good. Profit or loss before tax. Profit or loss before tax I will get. Next what I have to make an adjustment? Tax adjustment I have to make. Correct? Minus tax. But here you have to remember two kinds of taxes are there. Two kinds of taxes are there. First tax is current tax. First tax is current tax and second tax is deferred tax. First tax is current tax, second tax is deferred tax. current tax and deferred tax. Current tax and deferred tax. Let us try to understand these two. Current tax means we know that every company or firm or any person, if it is earning incomes, it have to pay tax. That is your income tax, correct? So similarly, if any company is there, if any company is incurring profits, what it have to pay? It have to pay some tax to the income tax department. Whatever the tax which they are paying to income tax department, that is nothing but this current tax. How much tax the company is paying to department, that is nothing but its current tax. But one more type of tax is also there. What is that? Deferred tax. I will not explain about this deferred tax right now because it will take at least 2 hours to explain this concept. So I will not waste the time in understanding this. But just remember, along with current tax, one more item is also there, which is nothing but deferred tax, for which we have to make an adjustment. Sir, why we will get this deferred tax? Because there is some differences. There are some differences between your accounts and income tax. Some differences are there between accounts and income tax. మనకి ఇప్పుడు accounts లో ఏం చేస్తామో తెలియదు, income tax లో ఏం జరుగుతుందో కూడా తెలియదు. కాబట్టి ఇప్పుడు deferred tax చెప్పినా useless. After we understood little about income tax and accounts, then you will easily understand the concept of this deferred tax. Okay, so just now please remember, 2 types of taxes are there. What are those 2 types of taxes? Current tax, deferred tax. Now what I will get, tell me? Profit or loss before tax I have written, minus 2 taxes I have deducted. Now what I will get? Profit or loss after tax. Profit or loss after tax. Profit or loss after tax. One more item they want you to add. Again, Companies Act wants to give more clarity to the investors. Therefore, what they are saying, okay, this is profit or loss after tax, but please present it like this. It is profit or loss after tax from continuing operations. From continuing operations. Profit or loss after tax from continuing operations. Sir, suddenly what is this continuing operations? You have to understand. One company is there, or let us assume A Limited. It is having 2 divisions. 2 divisions it is having. First division is mobile division. Second division is automobile division. First division is mobile division. Second division is automobile division. Mobile division, the company is getting profits consistently, the company is getting. But this automobiles division, the company is continuously incurring losses. Company is continuously incurring losses. So what have happened in the current year? In the current year, it have decided to close its business. In the current year, it have decided to close its business. In the current year, whatever it is getting, either profit or loss, you have to show it separately. Whether it is profit or loss, fine. See, example, from mobile division, I am getting a profit of 3 crores. From automobile division, assume I am getting a loss of 1 crore. If I include this 1 crore in my main profit and loss account, tell me what is my total profit? What is my total profit will be only 2 crores, correct? But here what it is asking, don't disclose this in your main P&L account. In your main P&L account, you have to only show those items which are continuing. Because it is very simple. Your investors should get true picture. If I write this 1 crore also here, investors will suddenly feel, why my company is getting into losses? Like this they will think. So what they are saying, don't disclose this 1 crore in the continuing operations. Rather show a separate column in the name of discontinuing operations. In those discontinuing operations, we have to show this profit or loss from discontinuing operations Before tax also we have to show, and a tax effect also we have to give. See, ప్రతిసారి లాసెస్ వస్తేనే క్యాన్సిల్ చేయాలి అని రూల్ ఏం లేదు. సమ్టైమ్స్ యూ మే గెట్ ప్రాఫిట్స్ ఆల్సో, బట్ ఇట్ ఈస్ డిఫికల్ట్ ఫర్ ద మేనేజ్మెంట్ టు మేనేజ్ బోత్. Therefore, what they have decided, rather than maintaining two divisions, whatever which is best for them, they will continue this, and since it is not that much best, they will discontinue this. Which means losses వస్తేనే డివిజన్ క్లోజ్ చేయాలి అని రూల్ ఏం లేదు. ప్రాఫిట్స్ వచ్చినా కూడా మల్టిపుల్ రీజన్స్ ఉండొచ్చు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, మేనేజ్మెంట్ ఏంటంటే ఆటోమొబైల్స్లో అంత నాలెడ్జ్ లేదు, మొబైల్స్లో మంచి నాలెడ్జ్ ఉంది. ఆటోమొబైల్స్లో నాలెడ్జ్ లేకపోయినా వాళ్ళు చేసుకున్న ఏంటంటే తక్కువ ప్రాఫిట్స్ వస్తున్నాయి. సేమ్ అదే అమౌంట్ ఆఫ్ టైం వాళ్ళు మొబైల్స్ ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేస్తారు అనుకోండి, ఇంకా హ్యూజ్ అమౌంట్స్ ఆఫ్ ప్రాఫిట్స్ రావచ్చు. అందుకే ఏమనుకుంటున్నారు, ఆటోమొబైల్స్ దే విల్ డిస్కంటిన్యూ అండ్ దే విల్ కంటిన్యూ విత్ దిస్ మొబైల్స్. వాట్ ఎవర్ ఇట్ ఈస్, ఇఫ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ డిస్కంటిన్యూయింగ్ ఆపరేషన్, యూ హ్యావ్ టు డిస్క్లోజ్ ఇట్ సెపరేట్లీ. If it is a discontinuing operations, we have to disclose it separately. So G point, what I have to add is G. You can write profit or loss from discontinuing operations profit or loss from discontinuing operations. In the next line, I have to write tax on above. Tax on above. See, operations are discontinue అయిపోయాయి అనుకోండి, దాని ట్యాక్స్ కూడా మీరు నెక్స్ట్ ఇయర్ పే చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు కదా. సో ట్యాక్స్ ఆల్సో వీ హ్యావ్ టు షో సెపరేట్లీ. ట్యాక్స్ ఆన్ సచ్ అబౌవ్ ఆల్సో వీ హ్యావ్ టు షో సెపరేట్లీ. Then H item. Here I will get profit or loss from discontinuing operations after tax. Profit or loss from discontinuing operations after tax. Okay. Now carefully tell me, what is my total profit for the current year? If someone asks you what is the total profit for your current year, you have to say continuing operations also, along with that discontinuing operations also we have to say. Correct? Continuing operations, where I have written point number F. Discontinuing operations I have written in point number H. Correct? So next point, total profit for the current year. Total profit for the current year, or you can write period also, year or period. Total profit or loss for the period. Finally, this is your total profit. This is your total profit. మన P&L అకౌంట్ మనం నార్మల్గా ఇంతకుముందు ప్రిపేర్ చేసేది అనుకోండి, డిస్కంటిన్యూయింగ్ ఆపరేషన్స్ అంటే మనకేంటో తెలియదు, మొత్తం అన్నీ అందులోనే ఒకే P&L అకౌంట్లో. డిస్కంటిన్యూయింగ్ అయినా, కంటిన్యూయింగ్ అయినా, ఎక్సెప్షనల్ అయినా, ఎక్స్ట్రాడినరీ అయినా, ఎవ్రీథింగ్ విల్ ప్రెజెంట్ ఇన్ సేమ్ P&L అకౌంట్. అల్టిమేట్లీ యువర్ ప్రాఫిట్ షుడ్ మ్యాచ్ విత్ దిస్ ఐటమ్. ఓకే. ట్యాక్స్ ఐటమ్ ఆల్సో, ట్యాక్స్ ఎక్స్పెన్స్ ఆల్సో వీ హ్యావ్ టు డిడక్ట్, and whatever the amount which you are getting, this is called as total profit for the current year or period. Tell me, if it is partnership firm, after deducting all expenses, you will get net profit or loss. Correct? This net profit or loss is available to which persons? Partners. This net profit or loss is available to partners in case of partnership firm. Assume it is sole proprietorship. This net profit or loss is available to which person? That sole proprietor. But now it is company, it is applicable to shareholders. It may be possible there can be n number of shareholders. For example, one company can have 1 lakh shareholders, another company can have 10 lakh shareholders. Like this it can happen. So what we have to present ultimately is whatever the profit which I have calculated, I have to present it per share. What I have to present? I have to present it per share. It is very simple. If your total profit is 14 lakh, assume the number of shares are 1 lakh. If the number of shares are 1 lakh, then what is your earnings per share? 14 per share, which means you have to divide by number of shares, correct? So here I have to write earnings per share. Here I have to write earnings per share. Earnings per share. This earnings per share also, I have to calculate two types of EPS. This earnings per share is shortly called as EPS. Two types of EPS I have to calculate. Sir, what are those two types of EPS? First one, basic. First one, basic. What is second one? Diluted EPS. Basic or diluted EPS. Basic EPS or diluted EPS. Sir, what are these? For these only we are having one standard. One standard is there. Once check where we have written the list of standards and tell me what is the standard number which talks about earnings per share. AS, what does AS 21 talks about? 21 talks about consolidated financial statements. What does AS 19 talks about? ఈ మధ్యలో ఒకటి ఉంటుంది చూడండి, AS 20, it talks about earnings per share. In that earnings per share, they will explain what is this basic EPS and what is this diluted EPS. Okay. Now check the total profit and loss account. Format, please check the total profit and loss account. Okay. Normal P&L account is very simple, but here it is very comprehensive. Correct? Once check entire thing. Okay. Again, no need to by heart this. We will solve number of problems in that preparation of financial statements chapter. Approximately 15 to 20 problems we will solve. Total balance sheet, P&L account. But just try to remember. First, what we will start? P&L account, revenue from operations. What is the second line item? Other income. Then you will get total income. Next, I have to write expenses items. What is the first item? Cost of raw materials consumed. What is the meaning of raw materials consumed? Opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. See, understand the difference between these words consumed and purchased. Consumed అంటే ఏంటి? ఎంత వాడాం, కరెంట్ ఇయర్ ఎంత యూస్ చేసాం. ఆల్రెడీ కొంచెం ఓపెనింగ్ స్టాక్ ఉండొచ్చు, కొంత కరెంట్ ఇయర్లో పర్చేస్ చేయొచ్చు, కొంత క్లోజింగ్ స్టాక్ కూడా ఉండొచ్చు. ఇవన్నీ నెట్ ఆఫ్ చేస్తే మీకు వచ్చే ఫిగర్ ఏంటి? కన్జ్యూమ్డ్. ఇది మీకు కాస్టింగ్లో కాస్ట్ షీట్ ఉంటుంది. ఆ టాపిక్ కంప్లీట్ అయిన తర్వాత ఇంకా క్లారిటీ వచ్చేస్తుంది. ఓకే. నెక్స్ట్ ఐటమ్ ఈజ్ వాట్? పర్చేజెస్ ఆఫ్ ఫినిష్డ్ గుడ్స్. If it is finished goods, I will write only purchases. Sir, why you will write only purchases? Where will be the stock effect? Stock effect will be there in third line item. Here what I have to write? Changes in inventory of finished goods also, work in progress also. వర్క్ ఇన్ ప్రోగ్రెస్ పర్చేస్ చేయడం అనేది ఉండదు జనరల్గా. వర్క్ ఇన్ ప్రోగ్రెస్ అంటే ఏంటి, మనం ప్రాసెస్ చేస్తున్నప్పుడు మధ్యలో ఉండిపోయిన దాన్ని వర్క్ ఇన్ ప్రోగ్రెస్ అంటారు. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ వాట్, ఒక్క స్మాల్ కరెక్షన్, ఈ స్టాక్స్ అయిపోయిన తర్వాత ఎంప్లాయీ బెనిఫిట్ ఎక్స్పెన్స్ వస్తుంది. ఓకే, ఆఫ్టర్ దిస్ స్టాక్స్ వాట్ ఈస్ ద నెక్స్ట్ ఐటమ్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు రైట్, ఎంప్లాయీ బెనిఫిట్ ఎక్స్పెన్స్ అండ్ దెన్ ఫైనాన్స్ కాస్ట్ అండ్ దెన్ depreciation and amortization, last we will write other expenses. Okay, just do this correction. ఎగ్జామ్లో పర్వాలేదు, ఫస్ట్ ఇది రాసిన అది రాసిన అమౌంట్స్ కరెక్ట్గా ఉంటే పర్లేదు. ఓకే, బట్ రిమెంబర్, పాసిబులీ ప్రిఫరబులీ ఆఫ్టర్ దిస్ స్టాక్స్ ట్రై టు రైట్ దిస్ ఎంప్లాయీ బెనిఫిట్ ఎక్స్పెన్స్ బికాస్ దిస్ ఈజ్ ఓన్లీ దేర్ ఇన్ ద ఫార్మాట్. ఎంప్లాయీ బెనిఫిట్ ఎక్స్పెన్సెస్, ఆఫ్టర్ దట్ వాట్, ఫైనాన్స్ కాస్ట్, and after that depreciation and amortization, finally we will have other expenses. Okay, tell me what are the expense line items once again. Expense line items, what is the first item, cost of raw materials consumed. This is applicable for which industries, manufacturing industries. What is second line item, purchases of finished goods. Third line item, changes in inventories, changes in inventories of both finished goods also, work in progress also. What is the next line item, employee benefit expenses. Next, finance cost. Next, depreciation and amortization. Okay, next we have to write other expenses. Then what you will get, total of all expenses. If I deduct expenses from income, what I will get, profit or loss. But this profit or loss contains many items. What are those items? Exceptional items, extraordinary items, and even tax. One by one I have to make adjustments. First what I have made, exceptional items. Then what I will get, profit before extraordinary items and tax. So next what I have to adjust, extraordinary items. Ikka tax kuda rastaను. Okay, next we have to write extraordinary items. Then what we will get, profit or loss before tax. Now what we have to adjust, tax, but two types of taxes, current tax, deferred tax. So what is the meaning of current tax? Current tax means what is the tax you are paying to department. What is the tax you are paying to department, I will write in current tax. Deferred tax means it is completely different concept. Okay, తర్వాత చూద్దాం అది. Then what I will get, profit or loss after tax, but which operations, continuing operations. What I have to show separately, discontinuing operations related profit or loss also I have to disclose separately. From the discontinuing operations also there may be a chance I have to pay some taxes, so disclose the tax also separately. Profit or loss from discontinuing operations minus tax, if I do, I will get profit or loss from discontinuing operations after tax, add after tax profit of both continuing as well as discontinued operations. That is nothing but what your total profit or loss. From that I have to show earnings per share. From that what I have to show, earnings per share. Two types of EPS I have to find out. EPS is very simple, total profit divided by number of shares. అది ఒక ఫార్ములా ఏం కాదు, బట్ వాడు ఫార్ములా ఇస్తాడు. We will learn that formula in which standard, AS 20. We will learn that in AS 20. Okay, fine. Two types of EPS. What is the first EPS? Basic EPS. Second one, diluted EPS. Okay, BEPS, DEPS, basic earnings per share, diluted earnings per share. Okay, fine. Now what we have understood is formats for both balance sheet as well as profit and loss account we have completed. If you remember, tell me what are the total components of financial statements? Components of financial statements, trading, ఇప్పుడు ట్రేడింగ్ P&L అని సెపరేట్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు, వన్ P&L అకౌంట్. Next item, balance sheet. What is the next item? Cash flow statement. Cash flow statement. But this P&L and balance sheet, we have already understood the format. Cash flow statement is also there in our syllabus. Compulsory question they are asking in every attempt, but now I will not discuss the format. Because if you check standards, there is one standard which is applicable for cash flow statement. Tell me what is that standard? AS3. There we will understand the total format of that cash flow statement. Okay, notes to accounts also we will check. Okay, now we have to understand our total syllabus is accounting standards. Correct, our total syllabus is accounting standards. First of all, sir, who will issue these standards? Who will issue these standards, that also you have to understand. And what is the process of issuing accounting standards in India? I have said that in India, two types of standards are there. AS and AS. సార్ ఇప్పుడు ఇండియాలో ఏం అప్లై అవుతున్నాయి? రెండూ అప్లై అవుతున్నాయి. బోత్ ఆర్ అప్లికబుల్. సార్ డూ వీ హ్యావ్ టు లెర్న్ బోత్? 100% yes. Because every company is not that much big company to follow Ind AS. అంటే చాలా కంపెనీస్ 70-80% కంపెనీస్ ఆర్ స్టిల్ ఫాలోయింగ్ అకౌంటింగ్ స్టాండర్డ్స్. కంపెనీస్ ఒకటే కాదు, కంపెనీస్ కాకుండా ఇంకా మనకు చాలా ఉంటాయి. పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్స్, సోల్ ప్రొప్రైటర్షిప్స్, ఆల్ దీస్ విల్ ఫాలో వాట్? అకౌంటింగ్ స్టాండర్డ్స్. సమ్ పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్స్ విల్ బీ కవర్డ్ ఇన్ Ind AS ఆల్సో. But Ind AS totally is not there, so we will ignore this Ind AS. In final level, you will understand, sir, who will issue this Ind AS, what are the applicability of that Ind AS, everything we will check in final level. Okay, but now you have to understand, I think time is completed, but still no problem, I will just explain the steps to issue standards in India. First of all, how many accounting standards are issued? 29 accounting standards are issued, but 2 are deleted. Which means totally how many are there? 27 standards are there as of now. What are the 2 deleted standards? AS 6 is deleted and AS 8 is deleted. AS 6 ఏం చేశాడంటే ఇంతకుముందు డిప్రిసియేషన్కి ఒక సెపరేట్ స్టాండర్డ్ ఉండేది, దాన్ని తీసుకెళ్ళి ప్రాపర్టీ ప్లాంట్ అండ్ ఎక్విప్మెంట్లో పడేశాడు. ప్రాపర్టీ ప్లాంట్ అండ్ ఎక్విప్మెంట్, వాట్ ఈస్ ద స్టాండర్డ్? AS 10. AS 6 is deleted and merged with AS 10. Similarly, AS 8 also some ఏదో రీసెర్చ్ రిలేటెడ్ స్టాండర్డ్ ఉండేది, రీసెర్చ్ గురించి ఒక స్టాండర్డ్ ఉండేది. రీసెర్చ్ ఈజ్ ఆల్సో అన్ ఇంటాంజిబుల్ అసెట్, దేర్ ఫోర్ దీన్ని తీసుకెళ్ళి ఇంటాంజిబుల్ అసెట్ స్టాండర్డ్లో పడేశాడు. ఇంటాంజిబుల్ అసెట్ వాట్ ఈస్ ద స్టాండర్డ్ నెంబర్? AS 20. ఒకసారి చూడండి, ఇంటాంజిబుల్ అసెట్స్ వాట్ ఈస్ ద స్టాండర్డ్ నెంబర్? AS 26. సో 6 have deleted and merged with AS 10. 8 have deleted and merged with AS 26. Now carefully understand. ప్రతి మ్యాటర్కి స్టాండర్డ్ అనేది ఇష్యూ చేయరు. ఫర్ ఎవ్రీ మ్యాటర్, ఫర్ ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ మ్యాటర్ దెర్ ఈజ్ నో నెసెసిటీ టు ఇష్యూ వన్ సెపరేట్ స్టాండర్డ్. విచ్ మీన్స్ ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు ఐడెంటిఫై ఫర్ దోస్ మ్యాటర్స్ ఫర్ విచ్ మ్యాటర్స్ అకౌంటింగ్ స్టాండర్డ్స్ ఆర్ మ్యాండేటరీ. For which standards, for which matters accounting standards are needed, first we have to identify those areas. అంటే ఎక్కడ అకౌంటింగ్ స్టాండర్డ్ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఉంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, రెవెన్యూ అనే ఒక ఐటెం ఉంది. ఈ రెవెన్యూ ఐటెం మీద ఎవ్రీ పబ్లిక్, టోటల్ పబ్లిక్ ఈజ్ హ్యావింగ్ different interpretations. Income tax act is also having different interpretations. Accounting issuing body, accounting standards issuer is also having different interpretations. If these many multiple things are there, then this accounting standard body, ASP, accounting standards board is there. What it will do, it will identify, okay, that there is one area where multiple interpretations are there, therefore we will clarify that area by issuing standard. Okay, so first వాళ్ళు ఏం చేయాలి? ఏరియా ఏంటో ఐడెంటిఫై చేయాలి. What is the second item? Constitution of study groups. See, standard అంటే అంత సింపుల్ కాదు. ఒక్కొక్క స్టాండర్డ్ 300-400 పేజెస్ ఉంటుంది. స్టాండర్డ్ ఇఫ్ యూ చెక్ బేర్ యాక్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద బేర్ స్టాండర్డ్ టెక్స్ట్ చూస్తే 300-400 పేజెస్ ఉంటుంది. సార్ అంత డీటెయిల్డ్ ఎందుకు అంటే అంత డీటెయిల్గా కావాలి. ఏ టాపిక్ వచ్చినా ఒక రెస్పెక్టివ్ ఐటమ్ గురించి, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ పీపీఈ అనే ఒక స్టాండర్డ్ ఉంది, AS 10. మొత్తం మీనింగ్ ఆఫ్ పీపీఈ దగ్గర నుంచి, అకౌంటింగ్ ట్రీట్మెంట్, ఎసెట్ని రికగ్నైజ్ చేసే దగ్గర నుంచి డీరికగ్నైజ్ చేసే వరకు కంప్లీట్ ట్రీట్మెంట్ దే హ్యావ్ టు గివ్ ఇన్ ద స్టాండర్డ్. విచ్ మీన్స్ ఇట్ షుడ్ బి వెరీ కాంప్రహెన్సివ్ అండ్ ఇట్ షుడ్ కవర్ ఎవ్రీ పాసిబిలిటీ. అంటే ఫ్యూచర్లో మళ్ళీ ఎక్కడ కూడా కొత్త ఐటెం వచ్చి దాన్ని మనం ఈ స్టాండర్డ్లో ఇంక్లూడ్ చేయలేకపోయామే అనే థాట్ ఉండకూడదు. అమెండ్మెంట్స్ వస్తాయి స్టాండర్డ్లో, అమెండ్మెంట్స్ విల్ కమ్. If there is completely new thing which is not there earlier, such type of amendments can come. But what they will do, they will form study groups. Their main objective is they are experts in accounts, experts in taxes, experts in laws. These persons will form one study group. Next what they will do, వాళ్ళు డైరెక్ట్గా స్టాండర్డ్ ఇచ్చారు, ఫస్ట్ ఒక డ్రాఫ్ట్ రిలీజ్ చేస్తారు. ఫస్ట్ they will give one draft and they will circulate. తర్వాత ఏం చేస్తారు, వాళ్ళ మెంబర్స్ ఉంటారు. జనరల్గా ICAI విల్ ఇష్యూ అకౌంటింగ్ స్టాండర్డ్స్. సమ్ బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ మెంబర్స్ విల్ బి దేర్, ICAI members. They will sit together at a round table conference and they will present that draft document and whatever views are there. For example, ఈ పాయింట్లో ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్ ఉండాలి, ఈ పాయింట్ కూడా కవర్ చేస్తే బాగుండు, ఈ పాయింట్ డిలీట్ చేసేయండి అని చెప్పి వాళ్ళు కొన్ని సజెషన్స్ ఇస్తారు. సజెషన్స్ ఇచ్చిన తర్వాత వాడు ఏవైతే సజెషన్స్ ఇచ్చాడో అవన్నీ వీళ్ళు కన్సిడర్ చేసి again they will make one more draft that is called as exposure draft. Again they will make one more draft which is called as exposure draft. This exposure draft will be publicly circulated. This will be circulated in public. Circulated in public అంటే ఏంటి, మళ్ళీ కామెంట్స్ విల్ బీ రిసీవ్డ్ ఆన్ ఎక్స్పోజర్ డ్రాఫ్ట్ అంటే ఏంటి, ఆల్రెడీ ఎక్స్పర్ట్స్ ఉంటారు బయట అకౌంటింగ్ ఫ్యాకల్టీస్ కానీ 20 years ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ 25 years ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ అకౌంటింగ్లో ఉన్న వాళ్ళు కానీ ఇది పబ్లిక్కి రిలీజ్ చేస్తారు. ఇప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తారు, వాళ్ళే వాళ్ళ వ్యూస్ ఎక్స్ప్రెస్ చేస్తారు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇందులో ఒక పాయింట్ ఇంకా డీప్గా కవర్ అయితే బాగుండు, ఆర్ ఒక పాయింట్ యూజ్లెస్ అది డిలీట్ చేస్తే బాగుండు అని చెప్పి పబ్లిక్ ఆల్సో విల్ ఇష్యూ సమ్ కామెంట్స్. Then what they will do, they will consider that in case if any modification is required, they will do modification in the draft, and now finally they will issue accounting standard. Okay, direct ga standard icharu. There are some steps. First they will identify an area, next they will form study groups, next they will prepare a draft and they will circulate. Next what they will do, consideration of views on the drafted document, then they will prepare one exposure draft, they will circulate this exposure draft. In case if any modification is required, they will do that modification and finally they will issue accounting standard. Okay, this is the total process. Tomorrow we will discuss. Tomorrow you will copy. Tomorrow you can copy this standard. Next, still in this basics chapter, what are the things which are pending is how the standards are issued. This is the process we have seen. Next we will cover who will issue the standards. Who will issue the standards also we will cover, and next some fundamental accounting assumptions we will discuss. I think we already know this in your CA foundation level. How many fundamental accounting assumptions are there? 3 fundamental accounting assumptions are there. ఇది ఇంటర్మీడియట్లో కూడా ఉంటుంది, CA ఫౌండేషన్లో కూడా ఉంటుంది నాకు తెలిసి, స్టార్టింగ్ బేసిక్స్ చాప్టర్లో ఉంటుంది. సరే మర్చిపోయినా పర్లేదు. గోయింగ్ కన్సర్న్, అక్రూవల్ బేసిస్, కన్సిస్టెన్సీ. అసలు మొత్తం తెలియకపోయినా పర్లేదు, మొత్తం తెలిసినా పర్లేదు, సగం సగం తెలిస్తే మర్చిపోండి మొత్తం. ఓకే, 3 concepts: going concern, accrual, consistency. Our total accounts will be based on these 3 aspects only. I will cover these also nicely, and then we will also cover elements of financial statements. Elements means what? In your financial statements there can be an asset, liability, income, expense, equity. These 5 items are there. See, liability is different, equity is different. I have already explained in the last class. Equity means what? Owner's funds. Liability means outsiders' funds. Okay, we will cover that nicely. And the last concept is applicability of accounting standards. ఇందాక నేను చెప్తున్నాను కదా, అకౌంటింగ్ స్టాండర్డ్స్ కంపెనీస్కి అప్లై అవ్వాలి, పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్స్కి అప్లై అవ్వాలి అని చెప్తున్నా. ఏ పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్కి అప్లై అవ్వాలి, ఏ కంపెనీస్కి అప్లై అవ్వాలి అనే పాయింట్ చూద్దాం. ఓకే, so with this we can complete this applicability of accounting standards, and then we will start with first standard which is AS2. we will start. ఓకే, ఇన్వెంటరీస్, ఎందుకంటే మీకు ఆల్రెడీ ఫౌండేషన్లో ఉంది కాబట్టి ఈజీగా కంప్లీట్ అయిపోతుంది ఫస్ట్. ఆఫ్టర్ దిస్ we will start with AS2. ఓకే, so that's it for today. We'll continue in next class.